What's up guys, welcome back. This is anime crossover. You'll be watching What If Naruto Was in Black Clover with a Sharingan in the end. Now let's begin. Let's relocate our confrontation. If I'm going to engage, why shouldn't I do so with ease? Naruto remarked as he confidently made his way through the dimly lit depths of the cave. Why are you ignoring me? How can you be sure that I won't harm you when you're vulnerable? Shark Mask said, observing Naruto's departure. I don't, Naruto said casually as he vanished into the darkness. Reluctantly, Shark Face trailed behind Naruto. Naruto arrived at the location. Luck and Magna engaged in a battle against the formidable opponents, Sharkface or Geo. Geo then arrived from the pathway shortly after. Somehow, Naruto skillfully positioned Geo in the exact spot where Vetto would land. Naruto assumed a poised and focused stance, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Geo. Geo sensed the pressure emanating from Naruto, causing him to become cautious. Naruto quickly moves towards Geo. Given his impressive speed, he had to carefully calculate the precise moment to defend. Given the limited time Naruto had to practice his new fighting style, it remained unrefined. Naruto displayed impressive speed as he swung his fist. Unfortunately, Geo was unable to block it. Bang! Naruto struck Geo in the stomach, causing him to double over. Although Naruto couldn't see Geo's expression, he sensed that Geo was growing cautious of him. Oh no! Geo experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen due to the intensity of the attack. His posture instinctively bent forward due to the impact. In a swift and precise motion, Naruto struck Geo's face, shattering his mask. Naruto then stepped back a few meters to allow Geo to recover. He didn't want to cause excessive harm as there was no justification for it. He anticipated Vetto's imminent arrival, ready to face the impending collision. That was quite impressive. I underestimated your ability to land a hit on me. It seems I must now take this more seriously, Geo remarked, as he unleashed his formidable magic power. His movements are incredibly smooth and graceful. This individual possesses remarkable flexibility, agility, and nimbleness, with a form that seems to transcend physical boundaries. He embodies the essence of fluidity. However, Geo thought, looking at Naruto, there is still room for improvement. Then, Luck and Magna appeared from the pathways. They immediately became cautious, sensing Geo's impending actions. Naruto skillfully disappeared into the ground, taking the three by surprise. They were completely unaware of his exceptional talent. No one could detect his mana or perceive his existence. He seemed to disappear completely. I don't enjoy idle time, but I understand that taking matters into my own hands may hinder future outcomes. Therefore, I must exercise patience, Naruto contemplated. Where did your friend go? Gil inquired, curious about Naruto's sudden disappearance into the ground. Who cares? I'm just glad he left all the fun for me, Luck exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as his lightning boots and gloves materialized. Luck then sprinted towards Geo, but leapt into the air just as he was about to reach him. Geo observed him closely, carefully monitoring his actions. Lightning magic. Thunderclap crumbling orb. A skillful display of expertise, Luck conjured an orb brimming with concentrated magic and swiftly launched it towards Geo. A large water shield materialized in the air a few meters away, showcasing the power of water creation magic. The shield successfully withstood the attack unscathed. Geo's strength was truly impressive. Water magic was traditionally considered to be less effective against lightning magic. Geo recognized that Magna and Luck possessed a higher level of skill compared to Naruto. They were noticeably less strong than him. He didn't feel the same pressure as he did with Naruto. Naruto observed the fight unfold, not merely observing but utilizing ki to perceive the battle. Without a doubt, Geo proved to be far superior to Magna and Luck. He seemed to be putting in minimal effort. They were no match for his expertise. Geo then switched from defense to offense and would alternate. Shortly after, the roof collapsed, revealing 5 individuals dressed in white robes. The individual positioned in the center happened to be Vetto. Naruto was eager to make an appearance and defeat them. He desired to have Vetto's blood on his hands. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, ensuring that his intense desire for bloodshed and his intention to kill remained concealed, should Vetto become aware of it. Luck and Magna attempted to battle him, but unfortunately, they were defeated. However, Naruto considered the combo attack to be acceptable. Everything was unfolding according to the original storyline. Naruto just had to be patient until Asta acquired that curse on his arms. He observed Asta and Kyoto's valiant efforts against Vetto. Kyoto suffered a severe injury to his leg, while Asta endured a brutal assault, similar to most conflicts he finds himself in. Noelle had finally mastered the art of using her magic. She acquired an attack spell during her encounter with Vetto. She successfully removed his arm, but he then began utilizing a different form of magic to restore his injured limb. Vetto then launched an assault in an attempt to eliminate Noelle, but Asta swiftly intervened, wielding his anti-magic sword to shield both himself and Noelle. Vanessa gracefully entered the room, accompanied by Finneral. They utilized their exceptional skills to assist Asta in his battle against Vetto. Asta was able to land a few hits, but Vetto quickly adjusted to his speed. Asta was struck by Vetto's attack. Following Yami's impactful speech, Asta swiftly and skillfully managed to drive his sword into Vetto. During that period, Vetto cast the curse upon Asta. There, out of nowhere, a tremendous surge of mana was unleashed, leaving everyone in awe. Intense desire for violence and a menacing aura. Naruto appeared from the ground, surrounded by a powerful white aura. Those observing him, filled with admiration. The magic he was unleashing was highly unethical, and the smile on his face while looking at Vetto spoke volumes. Vetto couldn't help but take a step back, sensing the immense power emanating from Naruto. The previous altercation pales in comparison to their most recent conflict. The intense desire for blood and the overwhelming intent to kill were palpable. Some individuals even had to kneel. Naruto had eagerly anticipated his rematch with Vetto for the past week. Observing the expressions on everyone's faces caused his smile to broaden. A black and red beast made of his aura unleashed a powerful purple beam, aimed directly at Naruto. After the beam struck, Naruto's magic vanished entirely. He seemed to disappear completely. It was widely understood that such an incident would not have the power to eliminate him, not even in Vetto's eyes. Therefore, he remained vigilant and cautious. The reason the spell didn't have any words was that Vetto was speaking something otherworldly that I don't know how to spell. As Naruto's fist approached, Vetto observed the scene in slow motion. There was a loud noise. Madara's punch landed squarely in Vetto's stomach. When the punch connected, the atmosphere around them changed. Despite Naruto's attempt to restrain himself, the punch carried an overwhelming amount of force. Naruto's ribs cracked from the sheer force of the punch, leaving him in excruciating pain, and some things internally were severely injured. Yuck! Vetto expelled a mouthful of blood as a result of an internal rupture. Naruto observed as Vetto's eyes turned white. Naruto clenches his teeth, contemplating his own strength. Was he truly weak, or perhaps he was just exceptionally powerful? In order to prolong the battle, Naruto delivers another powerful blow to his opponent's stomach, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. A loud noise echoed through the room. After being struck a second time, Vetto's eyes returned to their original purple hue. Naruto expertly delivers a swift kick to Vetto's chin. The power behind the kick propels him into the air. During the mid-air combat, Naruto swiftly positions his hands on the ground, propels himself forward, and delivers a powerful kick directly to Vetto's abdomen. Continuing his relentless assault, Naruto relentlessly propelled Vetto further and further into the sky. When Naruto lifted him to a higher position, he glanced at Vanessa and silently mouthed something. She quickly understood his message. She skillfully wrapped Vetto up, using her thread magic to keep him restrained. Naruto embraced Vetto tightly and began to twirl around. With the assistance of his wind magic, Naruto was able to increase his spinning speed. They both landed gracefully on the ground, moving with a swift and controlled motion. Explosion. A dramatic impact occurred as the object collided with the ground, resulting in a billowing cloud of dust and the formation of a sizable crater. After the commotion settled, Naruto stood tall while Vetto remained hunched over, his head buried in the ground. Naruto confidently turned away and departed. He extracted Asta's sword from his body and approached the group. Noticing his departure, Vetto believed he could take advantage of Naruto's vulnerability. Vetto utilized his magical abilities to enhance his physical prowess, allowing him to swiftly charge towards Naruto. Noticing Vetto's presence behind him, the other person shouted for him to get out of the way, but he couldn't resist the satisfaction of wiping the smile off Vetto's face. Every ounce of hope within him disappeared. Naruto turned around, his eyes filled with surprise. Vetto successfully lands a precise strike on Naruto. In order to enhance its credibility, Naruto went above and beyond. Oh no, Naruto clenched his teeth, causing his tongue to be pierced, and exerted his willpower to make his eyes turn white. He spits out the blood and lets it fall to the ground with precision. With an unwavering stillness, he managed to make it appear convincing. However, as a result of his body undergoing certain changes, there was no blood present. Ha 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 ha. Despair, 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 despair. Vetto exclaimed repeatedly, relishing in the sight of those who witnessed Naruto's defeat. Those who were observing found it difficult to accept. They understood Naruto's immense strength, so how could he possibly perish from that? Not to mention getting injured. And suddenly, it happened. Yami was the first person to get it. Upon hearing Yami's laughter, confusion ensued, but considering it was Naruto, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Upon realizing it, they were unsure whether to feel relieved or angry. Perplexed by the laughter, Vetto cautiously pivoted to face Naruto, who was nonchalantly standing as if nothing had occurred. And then, finally, the moment Naruto had been dreading arrived. A look of utter despair. Naruto skillfully unleashed a focused fireball, aiming it directly at Vetto's third eye. Ugh! Vetto let out a scream of agony as he felt his eye being burned. After achieving his desired outcome, Naruto made the decision to bring it to a close. Naruto skillfully gathered lightning into his hand. He emitted a dazzling blue light and sparks of electricity from his hand. Using his Sharingan, he swiftly thrust his hand into Vetto's chest. Clutching his racing heart, he locked eyes with him, his expression devoid of emotion. Realizing his time was limited, he was determined to make a significant impact. Prior to attempting any of his magic, Naruto experienced a crushing blow to his heart. With a professional demeanor, Naruto observed as Vetto's lifeless body fell to the ground. If I am this strong now, I can't help but wonder about the immense strength I will possess in the future. Naruto, Asta exclaimed, rushing towards Naruto and colliding with his back. Noelle then approached Asta and directed him to speak with Naruto. How quickly did she just run? Nobody requested your assistance, however. I suppose you managed to rescue us. It would have been preferable if you had arrived earlier, Noelle remarked, her arms firmly crossed. I'm going to enjoy breaking you, Naruto thought to himself as Vanessa forcefully pushed Noelle aside to hug him. Oh, Naruto, I believe I may have developed feelings for you, Vanessa confessed, gently pouring wine into Naruto's mouth. I wonder, how should I handle this important piece of information? Naruto pondered, his hand resting on his chin as he gazed ahead. Take action, Vanessa whispered softly into Naruto's ear as Finral made his way towards him. I will not have any regrets about my actions towards you. I thought I was going to die, Finral said, his voice trembling, as he buried his face into Naruto's shoulder. I witnessed a vivid recollection of my life. You were quite helpful out there, unlike Sakura or Aqua, Naruto said, whispering the last part. Thanks, but who are Sakura and Aqua? Finral inquired before being abruptly pushed aside by Gray. After witnessing Naruto's impressive performance, she couldn't help but express her admiration. However, overwhelmed by embarrassment, she quickly made her exit. Gray looks quite good. You were incredible, Charmy exclaimed, perched on one of her sheep. She then leapt onto Naruto, embracing him tightly. Charmy quickly hopped back onto her sheep when Yami unexpectedly crashed through the ceiling. He approached Naruto, disregarding the rest of the squad. When Yami came to a halt, it was directly in front of Naruto. There was a palpable tension between them. The other was perplexed by Yami's apparent mood. You jerk, Yami said as he took a drag from his cigarette. Given a bit more time, I would have exceeded my own expectations. So, you were planning on taking credit for everyone else's work, huh? Naruto asked, which made Yami burst into laughter. That's precisely what I intended to do, Yami exclaimed with a chuckle. The rest of the squad looked at him with confusion. You all performed admirably, excellent work in avoiding any casualties. Yami's expression turned grave. I would have taken care of you personally. Following that, Gifso expressed gratitude and admiration towards Naruto for his victory over Vetto. Yami inquired Gifso about the magic stone, but he claimed to be unaware of its existence. Seca arrived with a blue stone in her mouth and perched on top of Naruto's head after a short while. Seca dropped the stone, and it landed in Naruto's hand. He looked at the ant for the time before giving it to Yami. He felt his magic power jump. He didn't know if the others felt it and didn't decide to say anything, or they just didn't care. They'll have to work for the last one. I'm not giving it up so easily this time. Naruto thought seeing Yami pocket the stone. All of you, well done, Yami said, making the squad hold up the Clover sign. Then, 6 out of 9 of them either passed out or fell to their knees. I wonder how the women of the temple are in bed. Maybe I should go and find out. Sitting in the infirmary, Luck, Magna, Gauche, Vanessa, and Finral were lying on beds with a string of bubbles connected to their arms. The infirmary was different no matter where Naruto was, but it was all the same but unique. While everyone else was talking, Naruto was deep in thought. Naruto was sitting on the still along with Charmy while waiting for the others to heal. Though he had his eyes closed, he could still see. He focused solely on Vanessa. He didn't express any concern about the clothing situation, rather, he eagerly anticipated the moment when she would be without any clothes. However, he understood the importance of being patient in that situation. He had to be patient due to the imminent assault from the Diamond Kingdom. To be honest, he wasn't even sure if they would attack. Since Naruto and Charlotte took out most of them, Charlotte was the one responsible for removing the majority of them. As Naruto contemplated, he couldn't help but notice the resounding cheers from the people of Seabed Temple, showing their support for him and his squad. It was truly satisfying to receive recognition from others. Over time, the individuals received continuous expressions of gratitude, which became increasingly bothersome after the initial half-minute. They provided food and received gratitude from the people. Indeed, Naruto and Vanessa enjoyed a bottle of wine together. After a while, it was time to depart from Seabed Temple. They could have departed earlier, but Naruto chose not to create a portal. What is the reason? Because he chose not to. Asta was discussing with Kyoto and Kahono the importance of persevering in pursuit of their dreams. Just as Asta was about to complete his sentence, Naruto casually draped his arm around Noelle's shoulder and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. It is unclear what was said, but based on Noelle's reaction, the content of the conversation remains a mystery. Noelle's knees nearly gave way, her face flushed, and her gaze lowered slightly. Approaching a state of confusion, he maintained a direct gaze with Kyoto before playfully winking at Noelle. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate him, it was simply his way of asserting his ownership. Kyoto appeared to understand the text, but missed the underlying meaning. He gazed into Naruto's eyes with a resolute expression, as if he was determined to win Noelle's heart. Naruto rolled his eyes as Noelle regained her composure and pushed him off of her. Noelle, on the other hand, appeared to be lost in contemplation after hearing Naruto's words. She pushed him away not because of his identity, but due to her own embarrassment. She was unprepared for the unexpected shift. Despite not being fully prepared, she couldn't deny her enjoyment of the experience. Unbeknownst to her, a smile graced her face as she reminisced about the gentle caress of Naruto. Naruto observed the situation and chose to feign ignorance. He only needed to plant a few more seeds, and he would be good for now. It's a breeze. Finral swiftly created a portal back to base, and Gauche wasted no time in being the first to go through. Then the others followed behind, bidding their farewells. As they departed, the individuals bid them farewell with a melodic tune. Frankly, when Kahono began singing, it wasn't terrible, but Naruto would prefer not to hear her sing like that again. Others joined in and began singing too. It sounded quite impressive. Why didn't they perform this when I was at the reincarnation center? After returning to base, everyone settled in and drifted off to sleep. Shortly after, Yami, Asta, Charmy, Finral, and Naruto arrived at the capital. Asta then remembered the stone. Seca appeared to be a magical stone when picked up. He was about to inquire with Naruto, but Yami tightly grasped his head with immense strength. During their discussion in Julius's office, the topic of conversation revolved around the Eye of the Midnight Sun. He then started talking about sentimental things that Naruto had no interest in. During the conversation, Marx suddenly appeared using his exceptional communication skills and informed everyone about the ongoing attack by the Diamond Kingdom. They still managed to accomplish it, How foolish could they be? Hey, Julius. If I bring you the leading ones this attack and the rest, could you do me a favor? Naruto inquired, capturing everyone's attention. Despite initial skepticism, he has consistently demonstrated his capabilities in the past. After careful consideration, Julius finally spoke. Let's aim for a low casualty count. However, if you manage to capture those 3 individuals, I will fulfill your request and reward you and your team accordingly, Julius stated, earning a sly grin from Naruto. I agree. However, I cannot guarantee that there won't be any casualties. Naruto created a portal to the town kitten. He observed the devastated houses and various other objects. He listened to the cries of the individuals who were trapped in the harrowing situation. Upon reaching the other side of the portal, Naruto skillfully summoned 3 wood clones to apprehend the 3 shining generals. He would have preferred to be the one fighting them, given his expertise. Instead, he had a significant number of mobs to eliminate. Unintentionally, Naruto summoned an additional clone to confront the smoke user. He had no intention of capturing or killing him. It seemed futile. He didn't derive any benefit from it, even though he was fully committed to getting his hands dirty. He saw no justification for taking his life. Observing the numerous skilled mages soaring through the sky, he contemplated the idea of bringing excitement and vibrancy to the city. However, if Julius were to be approached, there is a possibility that he may not fulfill the request. As a result, the individual has decided to resort to knocking them out instead. Naruto displayed incredible speed as he swiftly moved from his original position. It felt like a seamless transition. Without warning, the mages were swiftly overcome and sent soaring into the sky. They were caught off guard, completely unaware of what had happened. Certainly, if he allowed them to descend from the sky, if everything were to burst and deflate like balloons, it would all be in vain. He skillfully generated a large quantity of water. Be cautious as there is a potential risk of falling into it. That was quite an interesting. What is happening? They are all collapsing, Laguz exclaimed, witnessing the mage's sudden downfall. 2 individuals from Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Laguz and Brox. They were perplexed, but their perplexity diminished when they considered the possibility of being twins. With great agility, Naruto dashed towards Laguz and Brox. It struck them in the stomach, causing them to lose their breath. Naruto didn't want to waste a lot of time on kittens when he could be playing with one. Despite being covered in a layer of red rock that served as protective armor, the red rock was no match for Naruto's immense strength. The rock broke into pieces. He fell to the ground, blood leaking from his lips. Given Laguz's slender build, Naruto took extra care to restrain himself compared to his encounters with Brox. It's possible that he unintentionally caused internal damage, which could have been fatal. Laguz was riding the lightning bird. It vanished. He collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, and his eyes wide open, showing only the whites. They both lifted each other and tossed them into a portal. Yuno and the wind spirit observed Naruto with a sense of bewilderment. Yuno, we had that, right? Yuno inquired, observing the 2 individuals. Unfortunate outcome. In a haze of smoke, both of the duplicates vanished. My children are maturing rapidly as well. In their younger years, they used to express their desire to marry me when they became adults. However, now they refuse to even take baths together, the individual remarked, having witnessed Naruto effortlessly defeat 2 formidable commanders. What on earth did you just say? A voice inquired, coming from behind them. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the 3 of them as they turned to look back. Before they could even react, Naruto swiftly disappeared into the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. Elsewhere in the city, Naruto came across a group of immobilized magic knights, trapped by a sticky substance. How did they allow someone of advanced age to ejaculate on them? This town has a rather peculiar atmosphere. Naruto skillfully opened a portal next to him, which conveniently transported him inside the slime. Naruto withdrew his hand and forcefully thrust it into the portal. The punch was powerful. One of the gentleman's teeth were dislodged due to the impact. Despite the diminished strength of Naruto's clone's punch, it still managed to inflict significant damage on the elderly individual. After punching him through the slime, Naruto entered a neighboring home. The elderly man had blood coming from his lips and nose. The shock and discomfort were causing his body to tremble as well. He was thrown into a gateway that Naruto had made. All of the portal ends go to Julius's workspace. The clone was ready to vanish when he heard from a golden dawn. Could you have a look at it? An additional user of space, and a powerful one too. Fortunately, you are nothing like my brother. Langris addressed the clone of Naruto. His clone only gave Langris a brief look before vanishing into a puff of smoke. With a pout, Langris said, "Someone wasn't in a talkative mood," and walked away. Naruto has completed his job now. He headed back toward the gathering. Klaus and Mimosa were just heading out when he got there. Before heading off, they waved to Naruto. After a little while of conversation, Charmy gave Yuno some lunch. Charmy wriggled a little as she spoke to him. Thank you so much for saving my food last time." He had to wipe the blood from his nose when he saw her like way. Despite her little stature, she had amazing curves, and her attractive face completed the picture. You guys never got my forgiveness for not choosing her. The Wind Spirit and Charmy then got into a battle. Disregarding them, Naruto felt Langris approaching them. Glancing around, Langris said, well, if it isn't my big brother and his good-for-nothing friends." Even when he spotted Naruto, he continued to smile. You know what? Naruto disregarded their words. From the outside, it would seem like Naruto was grumpy or distant. Well, he was just deep in reflection. I wonder what my thoughts will bring about if I act upon them. Whoa, this assault wasn't simply about obtaining knowledge about the mages? Well, that's not really important. Following their disagreement, they parted ways. Naruto had a dream to fulfill, but he was planning to go with the three. Naruto entered Julius's office via a portal while carrying Seca on his head. Julius was waiting for him at the doorway, looking contentedly at his golden chair. Naruto. Julius murmured, sounding a little serious. Naruto was perplexed by this, but he kept it to himself. Naruto answered. I need to ask you this. Are you aware of the purpose of the invasion? You are aware, I'm sure, that they didn't come here to harm us. With that, Julius stated, and Naruto sighed. They arrived seeking details on the wizards. Specifically, they gave the order for someone to come here and gather information on our capabilities. Julius gave Naruto a scowl as he said, I must say that you are really brilliant. We haven't had any problems with your information, but I must ask, how can you generate such assertions? The tension in the room grew as Julius inquired. Observing Julius become so solemn, Naruto grinned. I can see the future, or I already know what's going to happen from here on, he said. Lol, I apologize. I apologize if I bothered you. What is your desire? Then, the tension vanished and was replaced with a grin, prompting Julius to inquire. I'm ready for a battle. I want a genuine battle, not the one we had 3 years ago. Naruto remarked, attempting to contain his smile. Ah, why do you want to hurt an old man like me? With a hunched over his desk, Julius said. Fine, after taking off, he landed in front of Naruto. If a fight is what you want, a fight is what you will get, Julius grinned and gazed into Naruto's azure eyes. Naruto remarked, well, then, I look forward to our battle, before closing the portal and entering inside once again. Following their conversation with Julius, Naruto returned to base to rest. He merely wanted to go to sleep. He wasn't intellectually or physically exhausted. However, he was aware that his slumber would be short. When they returned, Yami was going to host the party if he hadn't already. However, shouldn't they have passed the failing grades? Perhaps Julius is putting it off. Naruto immediately went to his room and collapsed into his bed. It wasn't Vanessa that he noticed was in his bed. Vanessa had a distinct key than everyone else in his bed. Well, before he entered his room, he already knew who was lying on his bed. Rather than cause a scene, he grinned at the authority he now had. This individual covered up with the blankets so they wouldn't have to reveal their face. Shaking his head, Naruto saw the person's hair color. Is she even trying to hide? Her breath quickened and her pulse could be heard as Naruto drew nearer. Reaching behind her, he slipped his arm under hers so that her arm rested over his. Then he picks up a few titty. And he sensed the individual wince at what he did. It seemed natural to feel her breast in his hand, soft, round, squishy, fat. Then, when he began spooning the individual, Naruto came quite close to them. He was so near. His chest rested onto her back, it and her little but chubby behind on his crotch. All Naruto could say was that he missed the sensation because he hadn't had it in a long time. His hormones took control when he felt her ass grinding against his member. His member was awake now. When his manhood rubbed against this person's butt cheek, they wiggled, letting Naruto know that they were feeling it. Naruto hadn't had sex in a long time, and at the moment, he was having a hard time controlling his desire to not fuck whomever was next him. Rather, he inhaled deeply and centered himself. His stance didn't change even though the tent in his trousers did. Before long, sleep had taken over Naruto. Noel's perspective: I was really fatigued when I got back from the underwater temple. I was about to get to my room when I saw Vanessa, which made me think about how Naruto and her share a bed. Not that I'm envious, I'm only interested. After some time, I managed to locate Naruto's room. I reclined on his bed and inhaled his aroma. It was euphoric. I attempted to appear like Vanessa since I didn't want him to know it was me. The fragrance of the air while I lay there on his bed made me think of him. My cheeks began to flush a little. I tried to unwind as much as possible. As I slept asleep, I remained on his bed. Just as I turned to go out, I heard someone walk in. I simply lay there because I was afraid. The entity that I was knew that there was something prodding my butt and a hand on my breast. My body didn't seem to let me move, even if I wanted to. My face felt really heated. Though it seemed normal for his hand to be there, the hand on my breast startled me. I don't even want to think about the thing that's sticking my butt out. Still, it wasn't all that horrible. Well, what the heck am I thinking? My body won't listen to me when I tell it to go. It took me several failed efforts until I managed to escape his hold. Her cheeks redder than normal, she peered at the sleeping form of Naruto, breathing hard. She wanted to go, but she also wanted him to be unaware that she was even here. Thus, she approached the door in silence. She fled as quickly as she could after realizing what an awkward situation she was in. Normal point of view: Naruto shook his head and opened one eye as she walked away. She wouldn't need to undergo much shaping to become what Naruto desires. She won't have her current attitude if he does. She'll be less unlikable and powerful. He has to offer her some mysterious meat first, however. Why is Sister Lily still not calling me? It has been a long time. After putting the notion out of his mind, Naruto became 20% asleep and 80% awake. But soon Asta, Finral, and Yami returned. He said that the negative stars had vanished. To celebrate, he went and grabbed some meat. Naruto prepared some meals for him and Seca. One evening while he was still living with Akira, he attempted to feed him steak. However, he spit it out after biting into it. It tasted undone, as in not cooked all the way through, but it wasn't bad. He noticed his steak was pink at that point, in honor of breast cancer awareness. When it came to steak, Naruto only ever ate it well done since any less would cause his body to reject it. He is already aware of the proper seasoning for certain foods, like steak. For Seca to eat, Naruto sliced the meat into medium pieces. Seated against a tree, he grabbed a space and held Seca in his lap. He set the plate in front of her and observed her as she consumed it. Yes, it was a little strange, but he couldn't help but feel something when he saw her expressionless face after eating. He was grinning without realizing it. A sincere grin on his visage. All those who saw it could think of only one thing: he appears content. At any other moment, Naruto would have an appearance that baffled everyone. However, his smile at that very time told it all. As time passed, Yami invited each person to do a trick. Everyone tried their hand at one, or at least attempted. However, Naruto continued to steal looks at Gray. He saw potential in Gray. It wasn't like he was a pervert. Naruto eventually came to the realization that he would not be receiving any cheeks anytime soon as the night wore on. He was helpless now that their attention would be on Asta's arms. Asta said that he was going to bed since it was becoming late. It seems that the others noticed his strange behavior. Then Finral mentioned what the doctor had stated about his arms. Everyone was surprised, with the exception of Naruto. He was already aware of what had occurred. It was he who allowed it. Everyone was watching Asta as the moon shone its white brightness. Wearing a mask, Naruto was sitting in a tree. They were aware that Asta had key sense, right? After leaping from the tree, Naruto made his way over to the rock where Asta was perched. He continued to walk despite everyone's attempts to urge him to stop. "Ah, Naruto. Why are you in this place?" Asta questioned as she saw his outline. When Naruto said, "Let me see your arms," Asta gave him a perplexed expression. "It's okay. You shouldn't worry, the doctor advised. It will take some time to recover. With apparent deception, Asta stated. I can utilize ki, you know that. That implies that I'm able to detect deception. Asta's grin vanished at what Naruto said. You got me, hee. My arms will never return to normal, he remarked. Never again will I wield a blade. With a tone of despondency, Asta said. It seemed as if destiny was always screwing him. Naruto grabbed Asta by the arms, and a green light came from his hands. Naruto was just trying to alleviate his discomfort, he was not going to repair his limbs. The glowing ceased after a little while, and Asta's eyes widened. Wow. I don't experience any discomfort whatsoever. What have you done? Asta inquired, with a cheerful expression, gesturing with his arms. I am unable to heal your arms, but I can handle the pain, Naruto stated before he started to walk away. Prior to anyone being able to utter a word, he vanished in a sudden burst of blue light. He returned to his room. He was aware of Vanessa's upcoming visit to the witch's forest, and it seemed unlikely that she would inform Naruto about it. He decided to rest in that spot and wait for Vanessa to arrive in the morning. He planned to remain inconspicuous until they arrived. Why? She would likely advise him to return. After some time had passed, he noticed a slight pressure on his body. He recognized Vanessa immediately, and her energy indicated that she was contemplating the witch's forest. Naruto embraced her warmly, holding her close. She nestled her face against his chest, finding a moment of solace. I apologize, Naruto, Vanessa murmured before drifting off to sleep. It was early in the morning when Naruto noticed the weight on top of him had vanished. Observing Vanessa's approach, he noticed her measured stride as she made her way to the door. Even in the dim lighting, he could discern a remorseful expression on her face. She exited the room without causing any disturbance. After a brief pause, Naruto rose from the bed and began to stretch his muscles. Naruto efficiently made his way to the bathroom, meticulously brushed his teeth, and efficiently took a quick bath. Naruto woke up Seca and politely inquired if she would be joining him. Confidentiality is of utmost importance in our line of work. We understand the need for discretion and take pride in maintaining the highest level of professionalism. Rest assured that your information will be handled with the utmost care and kept strictly confidential. Would you like to accompany me? Naruto softly spoke to the slumbering bird. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. Will you be attending or not? Naruto inquired once again. Seca blinked twice before perching on Naruto's head, then dozing off again. Naruto skillfully leapt out the window, effortlessly landing on the roof of the hideout. He patiently sat with crossed legs, eagerly awaiting Vanessa's arrival. He wanted to hone his magical skills, but he was concerned that Vanessa would somehow detect his intentions to secretly observe her. Soon, Vanessa emerged from the hideout, dressed in her typical attire for outdoor excursions. She carefully surveyed her surroundings before gracefully mounting her broomstick. She began her journey at a leisurely speed. Naruto was aware that she likely had her suspicions about him tailing her. He sensed her energy return to his room while on top of the roof. Naruto could wait for a short period of time. He had an uncanny ability to detect her presence, even if she was thousands of miles away. It wasn't that he was unprofessional and did something to memorize her signature, it was one of the skills he acquired from God. Skills were of utmost importance, including his sensory skills. Shortly after, Naruto made the decision to begin following her. He observed that she slightly accelerated, but he had no trouble keeping up. Naruto understood the slim likelihood of the Witch Queen disregarding his presence due to his unique lineage. Instead of going to the Queen the way Vanessa did, he planned to discreetly fly over the wall and personally meet the Queen. He had to deliver a firm blow before departing and retrieve the enchanted stone from her ear. Given his expertise, she will likely make an unreasonable demand for it. He was able to reach the witch's forest ahead of Vanessa and have a conversation with the Queen. By now, Seca was fully alert as the invigorating breeze brushed against her face. However, in order to accomplish his objective with the Witch Queen, he needed to arrive there before anyone else. So, Naruto chose a different path, one that Vanessa would have a hard time proving he was actually following her. Wait a moment, Seca, Naruto said, allowing her a brief pause to gather herself. With a level of skill that would impress even the most discerning observer, he seemed to disappear into thin air. He soon came across the forest. He soared above the forest and navigated towards the vibrant house. He politely knocked on the door and patiently waited for her to answer. "You are welcome to enter." A voice emanated from beyond the door, belonging to the Witch Queen. Naruto was uncertain about allowing anyone to enter her life. Perhaps she detected his true nature and became intrigued. Upon opening the door, Naruto was greeted by a flock of crows. He found himself in the company of crows who led him to the queen. He noticed the grimy white walls, with dimly lit hallways that seemed to lead to unknown destinations. The carpet he was standing on had a professional appearance. Additionally, the deer heads are displayed on the walls, in close proximity to the torches. He observed that the woman appeared taller due to her clothing and the elevated seat she occupied. Actually, she was only 170 centimeters. She had a slender physique, with vibrant pink hair peeking out from under her stylish wide brim hat. The color of her layered dress perfectly matched the shade of green. The feathers were black, and there was a solitary red flower adorning the right side. The left side was adorned with a variety of vibrant jewels. Her attire was consistent, with her dress matching her hat. Every layer featured a prominent, crimson eye spot. She had a striking pair of teal eyes. Underneath both of her eyes are 3 deep blue teardrops. Her lips had a similar blue hue. Well, look what we have here. What brings you to my humble abode?" The queen spoke with a composed and gentle demeanor. If Naruto lacked intelligence, he would have likely been ensnared by her cunning trap. "Please be direct. I understand the purpose of my presence here." Naruto observed her left ear with a professional eye. She noticed his gaze and smirked. "I am unsure of what you may be seeking. Could you please provide more details?" The Witch Queen maintained her composed demeanor, refusing to let go of her facade as a good girl. "My friend requires assistance in healing his arms from a long-standing curse. I heard you could do it," Naruto said, in a detached manner. "There's no need to be so distant. I can assist you, but I sense that there may be more to your visit here, is that correct?" she said, casually. She likely assumed that because she sensed a lack of mana from him, he would be easily manageable. Little did she know, Naruto always concealed his true strength. He still had more to release. Perhaps only a true expert could compel him to unleash his maximum potential. "Yes, I noticed the stone on your ear. Could you please give it to me?" Naruto inquired, maintaining unwavering eye contact with the woman. He was well aware that she wouldn't hand it over without a fight. She may expect something in return, but he still had yet to determine what that might be. Naturally, one would be drawn to the magic stone, given their family background. "Do you have a clear understanding of your own identity?" the queen inquired with a shift in demeanor. She appeared to be growing enthusiastic. "An elf? Is that the response you were seeking?" Naruto inquired, with a hint of sarcasm. "That's quite interesting," the witch said, with a hint of uncertainty. Naruto remains uncertain about her true intentions towards him. "You are familiar with the elves. May I ask about your age?" Naruto inquired, causing a noticeable shift in the queen's demeanor. Asking someone about their age is considered impolite. "Have your parents not taught you better?" the queen inquired, maintaining a stoic expression. "I have no knowledge of them. I tragically lost the only family I had, and unfortunately, you may find yourself facing a similar outcome." Naruto appeared visibly upset. He exuded a sense of tranquility, like still water in a glass. He remained unaffected by such matters. Despite being aware of his lack of parents, she still made such remarks. "Fate, if you insist on knowing, your destiny awaits." Have the queen fell silent. She struggled to speak. While observing the contents of her red ball, she noticed. They were engaged in a passionate moment together, Naruto and her. "Seems like you encountered something that didn't meet your expectations. Has destiny played a cruel trick on you for the first time?" Naruto said, causing the queen to flinch slightly. "Seems like I struck a chord, considering your strong belief in destiny," Naruto remarked, inciting the queen. "Treating your comrade's arms. I'm not sure if I possess the ability to remedy an ancient curse," the queen said, deceiving everyone with her words. Even though Naruto was aware of her deception, he couldn't deny that her poker face was quite impressive. "Why?" Naruto was about to speak, but his words were cut off by the queen. "However, I will gladly give you the magic stone." The queen addressed Naruto. Naruto was not expecting it to be so straightforward. Undoubtedly, it wasn't a simple task. It's highly unlikely that she would willingly relinquish it. You provide me with a child. I believe the noise level in this environment is excessive. I'm sorry, but I believe I misheard you. Excuse me, could you please repeat what you just said? Naruto inquired, with a sense of astonishment. He was just 16, why would he desire to have a child? An individual in the early stages of life. Imagine the immense power that could be harnessed by combining the blood of an elf and a witch. If not, the stone remains in my possession. Do we have an agreement? A child, in exchange for a magical stone. I'm sorry, but I am unable to fulfill that request. Hold on. He was lost in contemplation until he devised a strategy. He expressed gratitude for his exceptional intellect. Now he could accomplish two goals with a single action. He could acquire the enchanted stone and defeat the Witch Queen. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Don't get involved with unstable individuals. Well, I didn't receive any guidance from my mother, but I have devised a strategy. Okay. I understand and accept your terms, but it's important to remain focused and not get emotionally attached. Naruto started removing his clothes. Falling in love. Don't make unwise decisions. No man could ever bring down the Queen of Witches. The Witch Queen proceeded to remove her garments. The Witch Queen approached Naruto, leaving her throne behind, and stood before him. The height difference was quite remarkable. The Witch Queen accidentally dropped her hat and dress. Naruto was now observing her uncovered pink nipples, her flawless complexion, her ample bosom. From the front, he could see a well-toned posterior. At last, he noticed the pink opening in between. It had been a while since he had seen one and he became quite enthusiastic. The noticeable bulge in his trousers caught the attention of the queen, causing her to raise an eyebrow. She was excited about spending time with Naruto. She moved closer until her chest was pressed against his. She then touched his groin area and began to massage the bulge. Looks like someone is enthusiastic, the queen said, with a poised demeanor. Naruto removed his pants, his fully erect member pressing against the queen's stomach. She proceeded to gently stroke the shaft in a deliberate, unhurried manner. It felt different from when Sister Lily did it, but Naruto still didn't find any satisfaction in the hand job. As they locked eyes, neither of them made a move to initiate the kiss. Instead of just standing there, Naruto reached out his hand towards her. He gently ran his index finger across the entrance, hoping for a response. It was expected that she didn't react. What options does he have? She has a large number of children and desires to have another one. Naruto then inserted a finger inside her. It was unexpectedly more constricted than he had anticipated. Naruto explored her moist, heated, slippery interior with his finger. As they engaged intimately, their connection deepened. Using a delicate touch, he noticed her gently nibbling on her bottom lip. Based on her physical response, it was evident that she hadn't experienced this in quite some time. Her inner thighs were moist with the evidence of her desire. After a while, Naruto began to lose strength. He wasn't receiving any satisfaction from the handjob he was receiving. Observing this, the queen gracefully moved away from him and settled herself on the floor in a seated position. Naruto was uncertain. She expected him to elevate her, but she contributed very little in return. He gained a deep understanding of a unique jutsu during his training with Jiraiya. He wanted to try it out, but he didn't believe she was worthy of it. What is your current activity? Naruto inquired, receiving a perplexed response from the queen. Have you ever been with a woman before? Just place your item where you normally position your fingers, alright? The queen remarked, prompting Naruto to shake his head. Yes, I have experience being with a woman in the past. I have other priorities at the moment. If you can demonstrate your skills, I'll reveal something to you. Naruto's remark caused her to raise an eyebrow. What task would you like me to complete? The queen inquired, rising from her position. Assume a submissive position, perform oral stimulation on me. Be careful not to use your teeth and gently massage the underside with your tongue. Naruto's statement left her feeling perplexed. Do you expect me to put my mouth on that? I am not familiar with such a thing. The queen gracefully lowered herself to her knees. She was now face to face with his rooster. She noticed his strong aroma. It was incredibly captivating. She took his soft member into her mouth, beginning at the tip. She gently enveloped the tip with her warm, moist mouth. Although it wasn't a significant experience, he found satisfaction in being in that particular situation. Naruto moaned as he felt the sensation of his shaft being pleasured. His previously limp member was now fully engorged in her mouth. Is it possible for him to derive satisfaction from something like this? The queen considered as she was becoming more proficient. However, Naruto's joy quickly faded as he realized that she was starting to move. He glanced down to witness her engaging in a rather unconventional activity, involving the underside and exerting pressure on her cheeks to the extent of discomfort. "Please cease. Please cease. Please cease," Naruto shouted. He had to remind himself that this was not a widely recognized practice in the world yet. She simply required instruction. "Is this not what you requested?" the queen inquired with a professional demeanor. "Allow me to demonstrate," Naruto said, gently guiding her head with his hand. Interesting, excuse me." His member grazed the back of her throat as they engaged in intimate contact. She gently placed her hands on his thighs, signaling him to stop. Naruto believed she had lost her proficiency in magic. Tears welled up in her eyes, causing them to turn red. Her mouth was wet and messy, with saliva dripping down onto his cock, her chin, and the floor below them. She continued to stick her tongue out, which brought Naruto even more satisfaction. He was reluctant to put an end to the nearly irresistible sensation. He paused as the queen began to firmly grip Naruto's thighs with her nails. He brought her closer to witness his wet member, her eyes bloodshot, tears flowing down her face, and droplets of saliva forming bubbles at her lips. Ahem. What are you attempting to harm me?" the queen said, sounding annoyed. "Not yet, but do you grasp the concept now, or should I proceed?" Naruto inquired, receiving a prompt reply from her. "I am capable of handling it on my own." The witch savored the taste as she consumed the succulent, moist piece of meat. She extended her tongue, ensuring to provide a thorough massage on the underside, and proceeded to move rhythmically back and forth with a gentle pace. She skillfully created a suction effect with her mouth, resulting in a more enjoyable and comfortable experience. Another sound that could be heard in the room was the wet suction noises. Naruto tilted his head back, sensing that he was nearing his goal. He gently placed his hand on the back of her head. He instinctively placed his hand there when he was near. Is he close to finishing? He is unable to do so. I won't become pregnant if he engages in oral activity. The queen contemplated as she started to withdraw. Naruto was feeling a great deal of confusion. This was a completely new experience for him. It was an incredibly unpleasant experience. There he stood. He was on the verge of relieving months of tension in her throat, but unfortunately, she abruptly withdrew. "Why did you retract?" Naruto inquired, with a detached demeanor. That really dampened his enthusiasm for doing anything else. He was on the verge of success, but unfortunately, she managed to spoil it. "There is no risk of pregnancy if the activity takes place orally," the queen said as she prepared herself to receive some of Naruto. Naruto remained silent, displaying his professionalism as he patiently awaited the outcome he desired. Naruto firmly grasped the sides of her head and proceeded to insert himself into her mouth. He had a profound impact on her, leaving her speechless. She attempted to distance herself from him, but his physical prowess greatly surpassed her own. Naruto sensed her discomfort as her throat constricted around him. He had his eyes closed, savoring the feeling of her throat. Naruto experienced a surge of excitement while the queen noticed a significant change in their intimate encounter. She was filled with anticipation, fearing that her opportunity was slipping away. She attempted to remove him, but her efforts were futile. She momentarily overlooked her magic. Oh my! Naruto pushed himself as deeply as possible into her mouth. He experienced a significant amount being consumed by her. She experienced the thick, slimy substance sliding down her throat. Though she didn't intend for it to go in that hole, it was a thrilling sensation of being in control. She had never encountered someone of his caliber. There was a noticeable difference in his demeanor and manner of speaking when he interacted with her. Others would regard her with trepidation, yet Naruto remained unfazed. She enjoyed his assertive nature. She was quickly becoming hooked on the sensation. However, she was aware that she could never reveal such information to him. If she did, he would likely inform the forest, and in doing so, she would have violated the very rules she established. Naruto carefully withdrew himself from her throat, his breath slightly labored. He wasn't out of breath, it was a common physiological response that occurs during sexual climax. "I must admit, I am quite impressed," Naruto remarked. which earned him a disapproving glare from the queen. "I requested that you cease, now I am unable to conceive. I have to wait." The queen was about to continue speaking until he interrupted her. "Who said that?" She glanced at him and noticed that he was still aroused. She continued to give him a disapproving look for the stunt he just pulled. "How about this? Since you have impressed me, I will do something for you. Lie down on your back," Naruto stated as he closed his eyes. "What are your intentions?" she inquired out of curiosity. The technique he had mastered was highly effective in intimate encounters. Although he had no intention of using it professionally, his member was already at a satisfactory size. He was dissatisfied with the length of his tongue. If he possessed a more extensive tongue during such activities, he could transport the recipient to an alternate realm. He could elevate her, allowing her to encounter the divine. He preferred to perform the task on someone with previous experience to avoid any discomfort. Enhanced expansion technique. A stream of steam escaped from Naruto's mouth as he opened it. His mouth appeared to be concealing something that shouldn't have been there. As he spoke, a lengthy tongue extended from his mouth. His tongue was extended and moist. Throughout its length, the tip started off small and gradually became thicker. Naruto was generating an excessive amount of saliva, as a result of an unexpected alteration in his tongue. He was displeased with the sudden enlargement of his tongue. So, he allowed his creativity to flow freely. "What are your intentions?" the queen inquired, expressing a hint of displeasure at the abrupt shift. Despite her composed demeanor, she silently wished to keep her distance from that particular object. Naruto discovered that he was unable to speak while using this jutsu. His inability to do so was due to the size of his tongue. Naruto was fixated on her moist area, releasing amorous fluids. He positioned himself in front of her. He could detect the scent, which he had longed for during his absence. Naruto gently caressed her sensitive area with his tongue, attempting to elicit a response, playfully hinting at what lay ahead. With a heightened level of intensity, Naruto increased his speed, and it appeared that the queen was quite pleased with the change. He needed something to hold, but there was nothing around until Naruto extended his hand. She appeared slightly perplexed, yet she intertwined her hand with his. Seeking a change, Naruto began exploring from her clit to her opening. Amidst the unexpected shift, she held onto his hand more firmly, relishing in the sensation. Naruto skillfully explored the depths with his tongue, exploring the most intimate areas, with a focus on pleasure and satisfaction. With skilled precision, he expertly explored her depths, feeling the intimate sensations intensify. Naruto was determined to give her an unforgettable experience, knowing that she had never experienced an orgasm before. He started to vigorously move his tongue inside her. She held Naruto's hand tightly, her body instinctively arching backward. She let out a deep sigh, as her body responded to the moment. Without any hesitation, Naruto consumed the liquid flowing from her. It was a delightful flavor of nectar. She collapsed onto the ground, her body completely relaxed, breathing heavily, and drenched in perspiration. As Naruto glanced up from her second pair of lips, she found Sakuri's gaze fixed upon her. With a professional demeanor, yet a touch of curiosity. Naruto noticed this expression and raised an eyebrow. Was she curious about such practices? Wait, did she observe the entire duration? It wasn't of great significance. She would soon come to experience complete happiness. He assured her of his commitment. "I have never encountered such behavior involving oral contact in that area before. It was an incredibly enjoyable experience. What I just experienced was exceptional." After experiencing an orgasm for the first time, the Witch Queen was feeling completely at ease. She had never experienced such a sensation before, and her thoughts became more focused. She never expected to experience such deep satisfaction from intimacy. It was a captivating sensation. Despite her sense of calm and contentment, she couldn't help but feel depleted of her energy. She wanted to rest, but she was aware of her responsibilities, such as welcoming Naruto's child. Naruto ended his jutsu and his tongue returned to its original size. Observing the queen sprawled on the floor, a smile involuntarily crossed his face. A woman of great authority, eagerly awaiting a child that will never come. Examining the scene closely, he utilized his Sharingan to imprint the image in his memory. He would vividly remember the intimate moments he shared with every woman. In his previous life, he discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever someone utilized the Sharingan to take a life, they would subsequently witness the deceased individual. Gradually, their sanity would deteriorate as they continued to witness lifeless corpses every time they activated their dojutsu. He would utilize his Sharingan to prevent that. Although he possessed a strong mental resilience, it wouldn't be unwelcome to catch a glimpse of the woman he engaged in intimate relations with while utilizing the Sharingan. No more playing around. I would like to have the child, please, the Witch Queen commanded. She was unaware of her lack of authority in this particular scenario. He has the ability to take the stone from her, if he so chooses. If he so desired, he would have the ability to subject her to a genjutsu and manipulate her thoughts. Although Naruto was inclined to approach things in his own unique manner, he was determined to find an alternative approach. When he held his member, he noticed a distinct change in sensation. Have I made progress? It had been a long time since he last held or saw his junior. Although the growth was not significant, it did expand in both length and width by a few centimeters. Naruto positioned himself above the witch. Just inches apart, Naruto gazes into her teal eyes while the queen meets his blue gaze. They could sense the warmth of their breath on their faces, indicating their close proximity. Naruto gently kissed her lips. The queen was taken aback by this. She would never have anticipated Naruto's unexpected kiss. She was initially taken aback, but soon found herself captivated by its allure. Their lips intertwining, engaging in a passionate and intense kiss, exchanging saliva as if it were a common occurrence. Eventually, the queen embraced him, wrapping her arms around his neck. He was unaware of the reason behind her actions. It seemed to be an instinctual response. After Naruto broke the kiss, a noticeable bridge of saliva was formed. Although Naruto should have done it earlier, there is no harm in doing it now. He started kissing her neck and gently caressing her breast. He received enthusiastic praise from the queen while engaging with her intimately. Naruto shifted his attention from her neck to her delicate earlobe. He noticed her body shiver, her temperature rising. He explored her earlobe, moved down to her chest, and eventually reached her nipples. He started to gently explore and pleasure her nipple. He applied some pressure, prompting her to grip his back with her nails to manage the slight discomfort. Please, hand over the child. I am eager to have them in my care, the Witch Queen said, amidst her moans. Naruto disregarded her as he had not yet completed his task. Her breast was moistened by his persistent attention. Finally, Naruto withdrew his mouth from her nipple, giving it a final flick with his tongue. He glanced up and noticed the queen's flushed complexion. She appeared to be growing restless. Naruto grinned as he observed the expression on her face. We shouldn't make her wait. Naruto touched himself intimately and stimulated her sensitive area. He then shifted his attention to her lower region. He inserted the tip, eliciting a moan from the queen. He skillfully maneuvered his hips, tantalizing her with just the slightest touch. The moist, slippery interior provided a delightful sensation that coursed through his entire being. She quickly understood the situation and tightly wrapped her legs around his waist, compelling him to fully engage. Naruto groaned as his junior was buried inside her. She felt a pleasurable sensation as her walls tightened and twitched around him. The queen expressed pleasure as she experienced deep intimacy. While savoring the sensation of being inside her, only one question occupied his thoughts. What could be the reason for her tightness? Naruto skillfully moved in and out of her moist center. The queen's arms embraced his neck, while her legs encircled his waist. With every stroke, Naruto received a passionate moan from the queen. The unpleasant sensation in Naruto's stomach was something he would never want to remember. Naruto occasionally grunted due to the tightness. She held onto him tightly, causing Naruto to slow down as her body reacted. Why are you so rigid? Naruto asked aloud, unaware of his own demeanor. The question effortlessly escaped his lips, reflecting the amount of thought he had put into it. It is, well, I'm pleased, the queen said, in between moans. He's going very deep. I've never felt so satisfied before, the queen thought while enjoying the exhilarating moves from Naruto. I didn't intend for that to be spoken out loud. Don't you have hundreds of kids? I never would have expected this, Naruto remarked, gazing into her eyes. That's incorrect. I have only one child, Vanessa and Seca, and it has been a while since I have been in a relationship with a man, the queen replied with a hint of discomfort, occasionally expressing high-pitched sounds. Naruto increased his speed, not because he was close to finishing, but because he desired to hear her express more pleasure. Ah, MMHNNN. Receiving more feedback from her, Naruto became a bit motivated. The volume of the flesh-slapping sound intensified as the pace quickened. Oh, 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 oh. Noticing the sounds of pleasure, Naruto deduced that she was nearing climax, as her muscles were contracting around him. The queen suppressed her emotions, biting her lip as she felt a surge of feelings rising within her. She let out a louder moan, her breath quickened, and her nails dug into Naruto's back, leaving behind red streaks that swiftly healed. Her walls tightened and pulsed around Naruto's member. She held onto him with such force that he had to briefly pause his movements. So this is what it feels like after 100+ years of abstinence, Naruto pondered, as he sensed her muscles tighten. Fluids began to flow from her intimate area, making their way towards her rear. She appeared exhausted, her body completely relaxed and her breathing labored. Naruto wasted no time, swiftly grabbing her waist and lifting her up without a moment's respite. They were now in a different position, with Naruto sitting up and facing each other. Naruto could only attribute her height as the reason why he missed out on a closer view, had she been a bit taller. She was unsure of how to proceed, as she lacked experience in this particular situation. She was eagerly anticipating Naruto's input, recognizing his greater level of expertise. "Slide your hips back and forth," Naruto said in a confident manner. The queen remained silent and followed Naruto's instructions without hesitation. She started to gently sway her hips as Naruto remained deeply inside her. She expressed discomfort with each movement, even if she didn't want to. The sensation of his firm member, gliding within her, brought immense pleasure. Soon, she discovered that the situation they were in was not to her liking. She glanced at Naruto, who had his arms wrapped around her waist. She managed to escape his grasp and forcefully knocked him down. Naruto was somewhat taken aback by her assertiveness, although he didn't mind it, as he preferred to be on equal footing rather than being submissive. She started moving her hip back and forth on his thighs, experiencing the pleasure of their intimate connection. She let out increasingly louder moans, as she started to slide more forcefully. The queen came to a halt, placing her hands on Naruto's strong thighs for stability, and started to move up and down on his lap. Oh, oh, oh. The queen expressed her dissatisfaction while Naruto expressed his frustration. The unexpected shift didn't come as much of a shock. Naruto determined that she was allowing her instincts to lead her. The queen experienced a similar sensation building up within her and started to bounce with increased intensity. Naruto's eye twitched from the intense sensation he was experiencing. His entire member became highly sensitive, particularly the tip. Naruto emitted a groan of frustration, sensing that he was nearing his limit. However, he was not done yet as he still had more positions he wanted to explore. Attempting to withhold his excitement, Naruto reflected on thoughts that evoked feelings of melancholy. He then remembered his cherished moments of beloved anime characters meeting their unfortunate demise. His demeanor shifted and his progress was undone. He grinned as he felt her walls tighten once again. She firmly gripped him this time. Her tight walls clenched around his shaft as she released more of her arousal, drenching Naruto's manhood. "How long will it take for him to provide me with his seed? I don't know how much more I can handle," the queen pondered after experiencing pleasure for the third time. Naruto sat up, turned her around, and got on his knees, prompting her to do the same. He had a firm grip on her hips, while she maintained contact with the ground. "Extend your arms forward and place your face on the floor," Naruto instructed, patiently awaiting her compliance. "What? You expect me to do something as unhygienic as touching my face with the floor?" the queen exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Naruto's request. "Did I stutter? Get it done or do you need assistance?" Naruto inquired, maintaining a serious demeanor. "TCH," the queen replied before complying with his request. As her hips remained raised and her face down, Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the sight of her in this position. Amidst all the commotion, Naruto remained inside her. He had to acknowledge that her arch was quite impressive for her first attempt. Naruto skillfully adjusted his movements, maintaining a steady rhythm while ensuring maximum depth. As she felt his intense penetration, she attempted to adjust her position, hoping to find a more comfortable depth with Naruto. It wasn't a negative situation if she couldn't accept all of Naruto's offerings. She was aware of her boundaries and she had reached them. "She's a professional runner." His hand released her waist and lifted into the air. Observing her posterior sway with each movement, he grinned mischievously as he gently placed his hand on her fair backside. Smack. Ahem. The queen emitted a distressed sound as Naruto's forceful hand unexpectedly made contact with her backside. The queen cast a stern gaze at Naruto, making it clear that his actions were unacceptable. Now, one of her cheeks had a noticeable red mark from his touch. She was unaware of what had happened, but her walls constricted when Naruto struck her. He was brought back to the brink of completion. Naruto firmly placed his thumbs on her back dimples, securing a strong hold on her waist, and began stimulating her with precision. Naruto proceeded to vigorously attack her internally. The room was filled with a cacophony of slapping, groaning, and moaning. The queen desired to retaliate, yet her physical condition hindered her. Although she was appreciating the intensity of Naruto's actions, this was a new experience for her and would require some time to adjust to. Prior to revealing everything, Naruto decided to attempt the final position. Naruto retrieved his utensil, which was moistened and displaying slight movement. The queen silently expressed her gratitude for his assistance in removing it and allowing her to take a break. However, he was disappointed that he had not yet completed his task. Please lay on your side, Naruto instructed. He was determined to be efficient and not waste any more time. The queen remained silent regarding the unconventional positions he requested her to assume. Despite the challenging situation she faced, with Naruto relentlessly attacking her, she persevered. With a poised posture, she reclined on her side, prepared to resume their shared experience. Naruto reinserted his member, finding that it was noticeably tighter than before. As her thighs gently pressed together, it created a closer connection between them. Naruto gently placed his hands on her thighs and started to caress them with care. Doing it efficiently was impressive, but taking the time to fully appreciate the experience was the preferred approach. Naruto experienced a surge of excitement while the queen noticed a change in his size. Instead of picking up speed, he slightly decreased his pace, causing him to nervously bite his bottom lip and gaze up at the ceiling. Naruto unleashed all of his emotions, unable to resist the urge to quicken his pace. The rapid increase in velocity left the queen in a state of euphoria, her mind momentarily empty as she experienced her fourth climax. Her walls tightened around Naruto once more, spasming and squeezing. After a brief pause, Naruto retrieved his food. Observing the queen on the floor, visibly trembling from the forceful impact she endured. Despite the circumstances, he remained firm, but eventually, he became soft after a brief period of time. Naruto gathered his garments and approached the queen. He noticed a gentle snore emanating from her. Naruto truly excelled in this situation. He consistently achieved success, effortlessly putting his partner to sleep once the task is complete. Wake up, you have visitors. What impression would they have if they saw you in this state? Naruto inquired. After a brief period, the queen finally regained consciousness. Where is it? Inquired the queen, following a moment of introspection. Where's what? Naruto inquired, feigning ignorance of the subject at hand. The white substance, it's supposed to be here, the queen said, growing increasingly frustrated. While you figure that out, I'm going to take my leave, Naruto stated, adjusting his appearance. What did you do? You must have done something. The queen exclaimed, attempting to rise but her legs were trembling uncontrollably. Please remain calm, Naruto said, chuckling softly to himself. The queen remained silent. She observed Naruto briefly before swiftly charging towards him with a blood scythe. Naruto appeared unfazed by her attempt to attack him. Naruto utilized his Sharingan and, in the fleeting instant of eye contact, ensnared her with a genjutsu. Before she tumbled to the ground, Naruto swiftly caught her. We shall not speak of what transpired. It is imperative that we carry on as if this occurrence never took place. When we meet again, it shall serve as our initial interaction. Now, please attire yourself appropriately and assume the role of the Queen of Witches, Naruto instructed as the queen regained her composure. By the time she looked, Naruto had already disappeared. Despite maintaining a composed exterior, she harbored a strong resentment towards him internally. Furthermore, she was captivated by the enchantment he cast upon her, yet her frustration prevented her inquisitiveness from surfacing. A few minutes ago, a flashback occurred. While engaging in intimate activity, Naruto sensed that he was nearing completion. Naruto created a small portal inside her, just before he arrived. He did not ejaculate inside her, but rather through the portal. Now, where was it sent? He expertly launched it past the powerful currents, out into the vast ocean. Why didn't he choose to do it internally? The breeding rate of witches and elves is higher when compared to that of an elf with a human. He took his chance with Sister Lily that night, fully aware of the low probability of her getting pregnant. She had a greater likelihood of becoming pregnant, given her status as the queen. Just like Vanessa and Charlotte do. End of flashback. Before Naruto departed, he diligently attended to the wet spot on the felt by utilizing his exceptional ability to generate heat from his hands. He skillfully retrieved the magic stone from her ear and swiftly departed at an incredible speed. Naruto detected Vanessa's presence in the forest and swiftly raced ahead of her. He proceeded to turn around and began to follow her into the forest. Moreover, he returned to the hideout, utilizing teleportation. He planned to be patient for a while. He could benefit from getting some rest. Upon returning to the hideout, he noticed Asta diligently engaged in a workout session. They had not yet departed, allowing him ample time. "Hey Seca, could you please wake me up when they reach the forest?" Naruto inquired, only to be met with an unresponsive gaze. He was unaware of her thoughts. He was aware that she truly comprehended him. Naruto closed his eyes and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Before he realized it, Seca was pecking him on the forehead. Naruto was unable to hear Asta, but he had a strong intuition that Noelle, Finral, Fanzel, and the rest were present as well. Naruto gently patted her head and affectionately rubbed her chin. With a swift movement, Naruto vanished into the forest. Instead of that, he effortlessly teleported next to the group. Was there a reason why nobody bothered to inform me about the trip to the witch's forest? Naruto inquired, casually flying alongside them. Naruto. They all exclaimed in perfect synchrony, witnessing Naruto materialize out of nowhere. When did you arrive? Finral inquired, endeavoring to calm his racing heart. Their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. A few seconds ago. Now, whose decision was it to keep me in the dark? Naruto inquired, receiving anxious glances from the others. Well, you were sleeping, so I decided not to disturb you. I didn't want to inconvenience you, Noelle said, her face blushing as she spoke to Naruto. Naruto observed her blushing and shook his head. She believed she was the sole individual aware of what occurred, yet 3 individuals were privy to the information. As Mereoleona approached the forest, she pulled out her trusty invisible cloaks. She mentioned that they would conceal anyone's presence and magical abilities if they were within its range. Naruto was well aware of the situation, so he decided to contribute. Be careful of that tree, Naruto cautioned as he started to descend. Are you not utilizing the cloak? Mereoleona inquired, observing his gradual descent. This situation of 4 individuals squeezed into a single cloak is rather uncomfortable, Naruto remarked as he finally touched the ground. He placed his hand on the tree and became one with it, astonishing all who witnessed the spectacle. Instead of approaching the queen, he headed in the direction of the person observing them. Approaching the member of the Eye from behind, he had the opportunity to eliminate him, but instead chose to frighten him for maximum impact. Move and you die, Naruto warned, his voice filled with a chilling intensity, as he stood behind the member. He noticed the perspiration forming on his forehead, as he heard the chilling, low voice from behind. The individual in question had no option but to remain motionless. He attempted to regain composure, but his anxiety overwhelmed him. Kill me, already, the individual exclaimed, but when they turned around, there was no one in sight. He fell to his knees, questioning his sanity. After a brief pause, he stood up to inform Fana. Naruto chuckled, observing the man's reaction. He was making his way through the trees, heading towards the queen, once more. Despite his ability to teleport to the manor, he desired for all individuals to gather there. He was very deliberate in his approach. Upon entering the forest, the golems came into view. Despite their effectiveness, Naruto was still able to sense the cloaks. Criticize his senior-level skills. Then, the cloak was snagged by a branch. Naruto shook his head. Despite his professional advice, he couldn't prevent it from happening. Naruto observed them with a light-hearted expression. He was highly impressed. He was amazed at their ability to make mistakes, even after receiving a warning just minutes earlier. This individual named Finral, the most inexperienced individual he has encountered. Naruto lost interest after a while. When they arrived at the manor, Naruto made a grand entrance. Upon catching sight of him, the queen fixed him with a piercing gaze. Others are not questioning it because they all broke into her house. Naruto noticed her foot on Vanessa and couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Naruto executed a swift and precise maneuver, leaving his opponents unable to keep up. With a powerful strike, he delivered a punch directly to the queen's face. Wow! She collided with the wall behind her. People were visibly stunned when they witnessed him striking the queen. If the other witches were to see, they would have surely desired his demise. Wow, that was quite an accomplishment. It's a shame Vanessa isn't awake to witness it, Naruto remarked as he gently lifted Vanessa from the floor. She's lying where we just had intimate relations. Examining the stone around his neck, he felt a sense of anticipation. He grinned, anticipating the multitude of bodies that would soon fill the forest. This is not the time for resting. We have tasks to accomplish, Naruto said to Vanessa, gently tapping her cheek. Oh, Naruto? What brings you here? Vanessa exclaimed, surprised to see Naruto's face as soon as she woke up. We came for the same reason as you, to heal Asta's arms, Mereoleona said, drawing attention to herself. That's correct. I need to inquire with her, Vanessa exclaimed as she stood up. She faced the queen who was seated against the wall. What happened? Vanessa inquired, her confusion evident as she scanned her surroundings. I delivered the punch I had promised, Naruto stated, eliciting a slight smile from Vanessa. You shouldn't have. Now she might not heal his arms. I believe there is still an opportunity to convince her, Vanessa said urgently. What could possibly persuade her? Your so-called freedom. If you think we'll comply with that, you're just as delusional as your mother, Naruto remarked, causing the queen to recoil. What are you talking about? What else am I supposed to do to get his arms healed? You can't always compete with fate, Vanessa exclaimed, in response to Naruto's words. Then I'll do whatever it takes to save Asta and ensure your freedom, Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with determination. Vanessa was taken aback, recalling that Yami had expressed the same sentiment. I apologize for my actions. It was unintentional, Naruto said as the queen stood up from her position on the wall. How about this? Given the current situation where your forest is under attack, it seems evident that you may require assistance in defending it. If you heal Asta's arms, we are willing to offer our support, Naruto suggested, although some may perceive it as a form of coercion. You certainly possess a remarkable skill for articulation, don't you? The queen inquired, her gaze fixed upon Naruto. Do we have an agreement? Naruto inquired one last time, patiently awaiting her response. Very well. I will attend to the child's injuries and ensure his arms are stronger than ever, the queen stated, eliciting excitement from Asta. Yes. I can utilize my anti-magic swords once more, Asta exclaimed, causing Naruto to shake his head disapprovingly. So, you're talking about anti-magic. I shouldn't have said that out loud, Mereoleona admitted, noticing the response from everyone. Blood recovery magic. Curse-breaking blood-filled cocoon. The queen directed her finger towards Asta, causing veins of blood to emerge from her finger. Asta found himself enclosed within a sizable, ominous sphere, and within moments, his injuries were completely healed. Throughout the process, the queen maintained a watchful gaze on Naruto, who in turn never averted his eyes, determined to establish his authority. Despite the recent intimate encounter, just a short while ago, he was fully engaged with her. She was evading him and experienced multiple moments of pleasure. Naruto was aware that she must be exhausted, although she didn't display it. After Asta received medical treatment for his injured arm, he found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating from Noelle, Finral, and Vanessa. Meanwhile, Naruto and the queen engaged in a tense stare-down, each refusing to back down. His leg twitched, aware of the presence of enemies nearby. Eager for a confrontation, he yearned to engage with the salamander. A grin spread across his face as he swiftly vanished from his original position. There he goes again, everyone except the queen said in unison. When Naruto made his return, he found himself caught in the midst of a clash between the skilled mages of the Witch's Forest and the formidable forces of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Upon catching sight of Naruto, the individuals from the Eye were taken aback. The reputation of the formidable creature had preceded him, causing some to tremble on their brooms. They then recalled that Fana possesses the flame spirit, Salamander. This spirit boasts the highest attack power and is composed entirely of pure mana. They began to believe that she was unbeatable. You couldn't resist my charm, so you returned. I understand your perspective. I would do the same. Naruto taunted Fana, provoking a reaction. You eliminated Vetto. You must perish, Fana said, with a disapproving expression on her face. Absolutely not. Vetto took his own life. He made the choice to attend, despite being aware of my presence. He must have been prepared for the worst, Naruto stated, prompting Fana to unleash a fiery projectile from the salamander. That's what she wanted Naruto to believe. She launched 2 fireballs towards Naruto. She had a strong desire to eliminate him on the spot. Observing the fireballs approaching him, he decided to assess the resilience of his body. However, he dismissed the idea due to his frustration with constantly purchasing new clothing. Boom, boom. One by one, the fiery projectiles detonated upon making contact with Naruto. The mages of both sides believed he had perished. Is it not feasible to take that? After a few seconds, they anticipated his body to descend from the sky, but to their surprise, it remained suspended in midair. After the smoke cloud dissipated, a Naruto appeared, floating in the air. What surprised them was his ability to emerge unharmed. It was quite remarkable to witness the blue aura emanating from Naruto, extending far beyond his physical form. A blue ribcage formed a protective barrier around Naruto, shielding him from harm. I had previous experience using Susanoo before. When Naruto stood up from that chair a few years ago, he completely transformed his physique. However, he remained mindful of the newfound skill he had acquired. He was considering utilizing a tool that had the potential to cause significant damage to the forest, but he knew that the moment would arrive when he would need to unleash the full potential of his avatar. Is that really the way to treat family? Naruto inquired as he skillfully made the ribcage disappear. The only family I have are Licht and the people from the village, Fana said with a hint of caution in her eyes. What is the reason? The individual standing before her effortlessly withstood 2 fireballs from a salamander, emerging completely unharmed. Who wouldn't be slightly concerned? And that's precisely what Naruto desires. To command respect and instill fear with the mere mention of his name. Let's take care of the trash before we begin, shall we? Naruto said, maintaining a composed demeanor as he gazed directly into her eyes. She didn't object to anything, so Naruto interpreted her silence as agreement. A wicked grin spread across his face as he imagined the expressions of fear on their faces. Snap! Naruto swiftly materialized above one of the mages. The mage was struck with such force that his head burst open, resembling the destruction of a watermelon. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but feel terrified. They were well aware of what they had agreed to, but this proved to be overwhelming for them. Wood clone jutsu. Naruto developed a multitude of magical clones. A multitude of clones materialized before a mage, each wearing a sinister smirk. Every clone skillfully thrust their sword into critical areas and deftly twisted it for maximum effect. The screams that erupted were a source of satisfaction for him. Throughout the entire ordeal, Fana remained observant, silently witnessing everything unfold. She made no effort to assist them, despite constantly lecturing about his harm towards them. Excuse me, Lady Fana. He is causing significant damage to our forces. We need immediate action. The man with green hair let out a piercing scream, his words filled with unmistakable terror. Fana completely ignored him. Naruto confronted him and subjected him to a Tsukuyomi, an intense Tsukuyomi of relentless torment for a duration of 3 days. He descended from the heavens, his gaze devoid of life. Naruto made no effort to soften his descent from the sky, as he showed no mercy towards his adversaries. With the exception of a few rare cases. Now, why would Lady Fana allow me to handle her sole means of support? Is there any reason for her to be highly confident in her abilities, or is there another explanation? Naruto inquired, attempting to extract information from her. May I ask who you are? According to Master Licht, you possess unique qualities, but unfortunately, the influence of humans has led you astray from the path of truth. What sets you apart that Master Licht would overlook your actions in killing Vetto? Fana said with her anger intensifying. Naruto glanced downward to identify the person who had called out to him. Can I assist you? Do I require assistance? I'm unsure if I have the expertise to provide a response to that. Not at the moment, no. put out the fire consuming the forest and assist Fanzel with the diamond mages. However, if circumstances take a turn for the worse, I will withdraw," Naruto shouted in response, fully aware of the falsehood being presented. Naruto acknowledged his 4 squad members with a nod before they swiftly departed. He then glanced behind him and noticed the witches staring at him, their eyes filled with fear. "May I ask what has caught your attention? If you wish to ensure your safety, it would be wise to depart." Naruto remarked that it took the witches a moment, but eventually, they flew off. "Now, let's return our focus to you. You will be the one to answer your question." Naruto skillfully caught another fireball. After the smoke dissipated, he was found floating in the air, completely unharmed. He appeared uninterested at first, but he was beginning to grow irritated. Despite the presence of the ribcage, he could still sense the intense heat emanating from the fireballs. Despite having a higher resistance to fire than most people, being directly attacked by a fire spirit was far from enjoyable. "Please provide me with an answer, Fana. Why did you allow me to eliminate your team members?" Naruto inquired, receiving no reply from her. "I believe it would be beneficial to engage in self-reflection and introspection. Please provide an answer to the question." Naruto reiterated his point. "Yes, feel free to proceed at your own pace. Take your time, although it would be advisable to expedite the process," Naruto said, eagerly anticipating his response. "I believe that It seems like I have a sense of familiarity with you," Fana said, earning a smile from Naruto. "It seems that your elf side is more powerful than I anticipated," Naruto remarked, causing Fana to be surprised. Naruto swiftly vanished from his position in the air and materialized right in front of Fana. Hovering in the air, crossing his legs with his head gently supported in his hand. Naruto then stopped floating and gently placed his hand on her, prompting her to look up at him. "Listen to me, I have the expertise to help you discover your true self. If you could kindly express your desire, I will proceed with the discussion," Naruto said, gazing into her eyes. The true Fana, the Fana deep inside her, yearned to believe. She had a strong sense of confidence in his reliability. She couldn't quite understand it, but the smile on his face brought her a sense of warmth. The expression on his face conveyed a sense of trustworthiness. The expression in his eyes revealed no ill intentions. What caused her to feel a strong connection to him was the sense of familiarity. "Tell me what you desire," Naruto said softly, his voice barely audible as he leaned in closer to her ear. His warm breath gently brushed against her ear, causing a delightful shiver to run through her body. "I would like, by activating his Mangekyo, he will find it more convenient to navigate within her subconscious. It would be more convenient to suppress the human in her." Degree. Upon opening his eyes, Naruto was greeted by a breathtaking landscape. The lush green grass, the gentle warm breeze, and the delightful scent of flowers and trees. Observing his surroundings, Naruto noticed a woman strolling through a beautiful garden filled with vibrant flowers. She delicately touched the petals of the flowers as she strolled. A woman with a petite stature and vibrant, pink hair that was neatly parted in the center. The hair on each side was neatly styled into 2 ponytails that gracefully hung over her shoulders. She wore a floral crown around her head. She donned a white dress that reached just below her knees. She wore a dark-colored belt, which was fastened around her waist. She wore a pair of sophisticated, low-heeled sandals that elegantly lace up to her mid-shin. Despite her youthful appearance, Naruto was aware that she had lived for over 5 centuries. She glanced back at Naruto and smiled. Despite the apparent distance between them, with every step, she appeared to be drawing nearer. "I could sense your expertise. You have transformed into an elf." She smiled while expressing that. However, her smile vanished when she recalled his assistance to the humans. "If you are aware of the elves, then you are surely familiar with the devastating impact they have on our community. Why do you support them and oppose your own?" Fana raised his voice, attempting to defend his actions. Suddenly, she appeared right in front of Naruto. Naruto smiled warmly and gently touched her forehead with his own. She was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she suddenly found herself in the outside world. I'm back, but how did I manage to return? We required the magic stone for the elves' reincarnation," Fana exclaimed in disbelief. She was amazed at Naruto's ability to accomplish such a feat. How did you? Fana was about to inquire, but her question was abruptly halted by Naruto. You are much more pleasant when you discuss positive topics. Naruto stood a few meters away from her. I need to bring you back, Master Licht. Thinking of all her soon-to-be resurrected family, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. How about we negotiate an agreement? Naruto declared, capturing Fana's attention once more. A deal? Fana pondered, her hand resting on her chin. What is this proposition you claim? An altercation. If you emerge victorious, count me in as your ally alongside Licht, Naruto said, making it sound quite enticing. A conflict? All right, what happens if I don't win? Fana inquired about the consequences of losing since it had not been mentioned previously. If you lose, you will join me. I will reveal the truth about the downfall of the elves, Naruto confidently declared, causing Fana to flinch. The truth? It is a fact that we were betrayed by the humans. You should, Fana said, before being interrupted once more. That's the truth you believe. Accept my proposition and gain enlightenment. Naruto's remark ignited a strong reaction from Fana. Naruto, a descendant of the elves, attempting to rationalize the actions of humans. Wait, how does he have knowledge of events that occurred over 500 years ago? Disregard that. Naruto, seeking guidance from someone with first-hand experience, despite his initial confidence in his own knowledge. She could only hold the humans and Naruto himself responsible for their lack of knowledge. Even if they were two individuals, fear seemed to affect people. When she instilled fear in him, she would then enlighten him with the truth. Her frustration with the humans and Naruto, as well as her connection with the fire spirit, Salamander, began to transform her. It was undergoing a transformation, experiencing growth. The salamander grew into a terrifying creature. It developed increased muscle mass, its claws took on a darker shade, and a distinct dark stripe appeared beneath its eyes and neck. Fana is enveloped in a fiery aura as events unfold. Externally, it had a red appearance, while internally, it had an orange hue. Absolutely. Now I am able to test out my theory. Please refrain from causing harm to him. He is very resilient, so it would be difficult to cause him significant harm, Fana informed the salamander. Prior to that, she had the salamander restrain itself. Now, she had a strong motive to almost eliminate him. The salamander displayed its expertise by opening its mouth and conjuring a substantial ball of fire. It was a stream of fire instead of a ball. Observing this, Naruto gracefully descended to the ground and skillfully cleared the area using spatial magic. Out of nowhere, his grimoire began to shake with great intensity. Naruto expertly unclipped his holder, causing his grimoire to shoot open. I am in the process of writing a new spell. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Naruto was amazed for a moment, as he hadn't replicated anything from the salamander. One of the initial, authentic spells in his grimoire that he didn't have to copy. On the elemental nation, Naruto neglected to learn the hand seals, deeming it a futile use of his time. However, he did recall the final hand seal for one of his beloved jutsu. He clasped his hands together, forming the hand seal. He inhaled deeply. Experiencing a sense of warmth in his chest, simultaneously, he and the salamander unleashed their attack. A powerful eruption of flames burst forth from Naruto's mouth, while the salamander unleashed a massive wave of fire from its own mouth. Undoubtedly, the salamander's fire surpassed Naruto's in every conceivable aspect. Fana dismissed his feeble attempt to challenge the fire spirit. Had Fana been more observant, she would have anticipated Naruto's attempt to overpower the salamander. A force to be reckoned with in terms of attack power. An entity crafted from pure mana. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? When both attacks clashed, it became clear which side had the advantage. However, Naruto was displaying impressive skill in his battle against the salamander. The salamander was always asserting its dominance in the clash, forcing Naruto to remain fully focused to avoid being consumed by the flames. Do you believe you can defeat my salamander? Ha ha ha. You're just as foolish as those inferior humans. Fana chuckled from above, observing Naruto's struggle to gain control. Her smile vanished as she realized that Naruto had not been engulfed by the flames. She felt a surge of excitement as she watched him confidently hold his own. Her eyes widened and her face displayed a clear sense of caution. She believed that Licht was the only one capable of challenging the salamander. Eliminate him, Fana was momentarily consumed by anger and issued the command. The salamander obeyed her instruction and heightened the intensity of the fire. Upon witnessing the heightened intensity, she immediately felt remorse for her choice. She was determined to bring Naruto back unharmed, even considering the possibility of an elf taking control of his body. While that could be a viable option, it's important to consider whether the elf is familiar with the unique abilities that Naruto possessed. It's too late, I'll simply have to retrieve his body once I acquire the magic stone, Fana whispered to herself. Naruto, I appreciate your assistance in my return. You will serve a significant role once I bring you to Master Licht, Fana exclaimed, ensuring her words reached Naruto's ears. Naruto was being completely overwhelmed by the intensity of the salamander's fire. Naruto was experiencing the repercussions of the intense attacks. His garments began to catch fire due to the intense heat. The shirt was severely damaged by fire, and the pants also caught fire. After that incident, his skin began to feel the effects of the intense heat. With a strong determination, he refused to let the flame consume him and was prepared to put up a fight. That's when he experienced a surge of inspiration. Just like a match dangerously close to a gas leak, a persistent irritation he couldn't alleviate. A sense of an impending sneeze. He required a single nudge, the experience that would demonstrate to him the true intensity of fire. What Naruto believed he accomplished, he actually did not. He believed he had perfected his skills in manipulating fire and water. However, it was unrealistic for him to believe he could accomplish such a feat in just 15 years. He was starting over, but a true expert in his field. The salamander unknowingly urged him to perfect his fire manipulation skills. As the salamanders and their flames drew near, Naruto took a brief moment to close his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a mysterious void, surrounded by doors of various colors. Colors such as red, blue, black, yellow, and more. However, there was one door that remained open, the orange door. The sensation emanating from the orange door exuded a sense of radiant enchantment. The door suddenly shook, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Through the cracks, Naruto observed the door shaking, with the color transitioning from red to purple. There was an undeniable allure emanating from the door. The door had a magnetic pull on him. Prior to Naruto heading towards the door, he made a stop at another one. A door of a blue hue. He attempted to open it, but unfortunately, it was locked. He attempted to apply force, but it remained immovable. Naruto abandoned his pursuit as he was making no progress. He confidently approached the trembling door. Naruto firmly grasped the handle and skillfully turned it. The door was unlocked, in contrast to the others. Naruto confidently opened the door, and to his surprise, the once red light transformed into a captivating shade of purple, enveloping him completely. Naruto was taken aback for a moment as the light grew increasingly intense. The eyes of Naruto suddenly opened wide. As they observed, Naruto's vibrant red flames transformed into a deep purple hue, tinged with a touch of black. The unexpected surge in power caught Naruto, Fana, and even the salamander off guard. The sudden shift in temperature, intensity, and hue catches them off guard momentarily. However, Naruto seized this chance to gain the advantage. Naruto was confident that his enhanced fire magic would easily overpower an inexperienced salamander. Naruto enhanced the strength, magnitude, and ferocity of his flames. This effectively repelled the salamander's fire. Fana was taken aback. She could never have predicted Naruto's ability to overpower her salamander. She was in a state of shock for an extended period of time. She confidently stood on the salamander as the purple flames rapidly closed in. After regaining her composure, she found herself unable to evade in time. She and her salamander were engulfed in the vibrant purple flames. Throughout the forest, a fierce battle raged against the diamond mages. Out of nowhere, they experience a powerful surge of heat accompanied by an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Despite Asta's inability to sense the magic, he could still sense the intense heat emanating from the other side. Everyone's face registered surprise for a brief moment. Despite being aware of Naruto's abilities, they were always amazed by the intense heat and powerful mana he could generate. Meanwhile, 6 paths of pain savored the surge of mana emanating from the other side. There is a significant amount of mana for me to absorb, ha 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 ha. Just wait a little longer, Black Eyes pondered. envisioning the amount of mana Naruto would bestow upon him. Wow! There seems to be something significant happening over there, Asta exclaimed loudly, upon sensing the heatwaves. That was Naruto, right? Is that thing pushing him to such an extent? Vanessa remarked, sensing the immense amount of mana emanating from him. I hope you're okay. Noelle murmured to herself. However, after a few seconds, she realized what she had said and started to blush. It's not like I'm concerned about him, he can go get hurt for all I care, humph, Noelle exclaimed, although deep down she couldn't help but worry about Naruto's safety. After the smoke dissipated, it was evident that the salamander had sustained multiple burns. Naruto could sense the challenge of maintaining its wings in motion. Naruto observed Fana more closely and noticed that she had some burns, although not as many as he had initially expected. It appears that Fana was prioritized by the salamander over its own well-being. Fana's clothing was completely destroyed, leaving parts of her body uncovered. Fortunately, the top and bottom managed to stay together. It was inevitable that the salamander would eventually lose momentum. A trail of mana gracefully transformed and entered Fana's body. Fana, however, remained motionless after the smoke dissipated. She appeared to be in a state of shock. After the salamander entered her body, she found herself without any assistance. Upon closer inspection, Naruto noticed that she was unconscious. Naruto swiftly moved ahead to the spot where she was about to touch down. If she had landed, the impact would have caused even greater harm. Wow, that was surprisingly simple. Could her magic be weaker due to her recent return? I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill your request. Fana's body was in excellent shape. What are her intentions? Well, she may not have any intentions, but there's still a chance she's pretending. Naruto skillfully caught Fana just in time, preventing her from taking a painful fall into the dirt. Naruto began to treat her wounds as he recognized the severity of her injuries, despite the protection provided by the salamander. Her body's burns were healed in a matter of seconds. She woke up shortly after. Upon awakening, she found herself in the arms of Naruto, who was carrying her with great care. She couldn't explain the overwhelming sense of security she felt when she was in his embrace, as if she had found her own personal paradise in his arms. How could I have lost so easily? I even have the salamander. To be beaten by my own, Fana said, her voice filled with defeat. You lost. Remember our agreement? Naruto declared, observing her succumbing to the influence of her own thoughts. Excuse me, hold on. Fana quickly attempted to conceal herself. Are you planning to exploit me for your personal desires? Fana asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Naruto dismissed her with a disdainful expression, firmly gripping the back of her neck and locking eyes with his Sharingan. Naruto proceeded to reveal the true events that befell the elves. He demonstrated to her that it was not the humans who had betrayed them, but rather a demon by the name of Zagreed. He presented her with a comprehensive overview of his strategy to convince the elves that the humans were involved. Fana observed the unfolding events with a sense of astonishment. It didn't go as expected. It was not the humans, but rather a malevolent entity. Ultimately, tears cascaded down her face while she wore a smile. He sensed her satisfaction that the humans had not betrayed them, yet also detected her sorrow over the senseless violence they had committed and the impending actions they were planning. Naruto was taken aback by her lack of inquiry into his knowledge. He allowed her to absorb all the information she received. Master Licht will be relieved when he discovers the truth, Fana said, gazing up at the sky. Will you inform him, please? No, it will disrupt my plans, Naruto stated, causing Fana to look puzzled. What do you mean? Fana inquired. If I inform Licht, he will abandon his intentions of reincarnating the elves. Consequently, Zagreed will not make an appearance, allowing him to persist in his manipulative ways with another individual, Naruto revealed, leaving Fana astonished. He's being manipulated, but Master Licht would never succumb to any manipulation tactics, Fana remarked, sensing that she was close to unraveling something significant. That's because that's not Licht, it's Patoli, they both said, simultaneously. If that's Patoli, does that imply that Master Licht was aware that the humans did not betray us? Fana inquired. How on earth did she manage to assemble that? Yes, Naruto responded. After providing a response, Fana appeared to enter a state of deep contemplation. Naruto approached her with patience, understanding that building trust required honesty. Why? There is a possibility that she may betray him and make choices that could negatively impact the future. He expected unwavering loyalty from her. Although it would require some time to reach his goal, he could sense that he was getting closer. "I will follow you," Fana replied, after a brief pause. "Then you need to demonstrate your abilities to me." Naruto was about to give her instructions, but once again, he was interrupted. "I understand, you monster," Fana said. "Be gentle, this is my first time," as she started to remove her clothes. Naruto could sense her attempt to suppress a smirk. Naruto reprimanded her for her immature behavior by giving her a firm tap on the head. He proceeded to provide her with clear instructions on the next steps to take. "All right, I comprehend." It's a breeze. Ledros successfully removed the sword from his shoulder, though his mana was severely depleted. He desperately sought a means to replenish his diminished reserves, hoping to find a source of mana. He came across a pink-haired girl who appeared to be concerned, and thought she might be a good fit to restore his depleted mana. He noticed her gaze was fixed on Mars. Ledros grinned and headed towards the red planet. Due to a depletion of mana, Mars found himself defenseless and ultimately fell into the clutches of Ledros. I sense a strong aura emanating from you. Give me your best shot or he will be harmed," Ledros called out to Fana. Fana was taken aback by his words. She had recently been reunited with her long-lost friend, only to find herself in a situation where she was being held captive. "I can't," Fana said, her voice filled with emotion as tears streamed down her face. "I'm afraid I might cause harm to Mars." "Very well," Ledros declared as he forcefully propelled Mars, unleashing powerful beams of pure light. Mars, upon being struck by Ledros's assault, lost his pupils, leaving only his eyeballs behind. "Mars!" Fana screamed, her eyes brimming with tears and filled with rage. With the utmost skill and precision, she summoned her salamander and unleashed a formidable ball of fire towards her target. After a few seconds, she fell to her knees, exhausted from her depleted mana. With her face buried in the dirt, she couldn't help but smile, proud of the impressive display she had just given. Remembering, when approaching this individual, it is important to maintain a professional demeanor and treat them with respect. Put on a convincing performance, Naruto instructed Fana, emphasizing the importance of authenticity. "Is that everything I am expected to do? Doesn't sound very exciting. What is the purpose of all this, after all?" Fana said with a disappointed expression. "A suspicious individual may attempt to seize control of Mars and coerce you into attacking him. Only blast him for 6 seconds, Naruto said, giving precise instructions. "And you wonder why I am doing this? Everything is proceeding according to my plan," Naruto remarked, as if he were delicately sipping an imaginary cup of tea. Degree, 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 ha ha ha. I have a level of power that exceeds that of the spirits. Right away, Asta. Let's settle this in a battle, Ledros said, his gaze fixed on Asta. Naruto is indifferent towards the fight as he is already aware of the inevitable outcome. He simply has to bide his time until Vanessa, the red thread of fate, arrives. Amidst the ongoing battle, Naruto found himself lost in deep contemplation. With his knowledge of the future, he felt a strong sense of responsibility to ensure that everyone was adequately prepared, rather than recklessly charging in without a plan. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing the future. Doing so would only arouse suspicion. Given that his theories have consistently proven accurate, it's understandable that someone might question his loyalty. Following this, the Star Festival will take place, followed by the introduction of Mereoleona. Subsequently, there will be a visit to the hot springs, although it is highly likely that a battle will ensue prior to that. And then there's the Royal Knight's exam. If we want to successfully infiltrate the Eye of the Midnight Sun, it's crucial that the squad receives proper training. It's settled then. Naruto was deep in contemplation, as a new idea began to take shape in his mind. This has the potential to develop into a significant matter down the line. If I assume command of Zagrod, how would I appear in Unite mode? What colors would be most suitable for me? After careful consideration, Naruto could sense that the battle between Ledros and Asta was reaching its conclusion. Eventually, the queen assumed control of Asta's body and ordered him to eliminate the rest. Naruto could hear Noelle's concerned and anxious question about his whereabouts. "Where's Naruto? You can't always depend on me. If I wasn't here and the circumstances were different, Vanessa didn't awaken her threat of fate, you would be in a dire situation, Naruto murmured to himself. Naruto witnessed Vanessa's piercing scream, accompanied by a sudden burst of radiant light and an unmistakable surge of magical energy. It was his moment to step into the spotlight. Naruto took a deep breath and proceeded to harm himself. He also accidentally injured himself, resulting in bleeding. He is not a professional. How was he able to inflict harm upon himself and even draw blood? He has acquired the skill of controlling his regeneration abilities quite some time ago. He only did what was necessary to appear injured. He was determined and refused to portray any sign of weakness. He simply had to ensure that his fight appeared authentic. Naruto swiftly traversed the forest, effortlessly arriving at the same location as everyone else. He observed Asta making his way towards Noelle and glanced at the queen, who seemed to have a firm grip on him. I leave you all alone. Next thing I know you're about to get killed by your squad member. Can you do anything without me? Naruto said, causing everyone to look at him. Naruto. The individuals who were aware called out, observing him as he approached them. Naruto. Pondered the Witch Queen. She then recalled the events that had taken place a few hours earlier. She was glaring at him with intense anger. She felt a sense of unease, recalling his previous actions towards her. She longed for the sensation of his presence. She couldn't help but fantasize about Naruto, causing her to become aroused. Recognizing the situation, she swiftly regained her composure. However, her actions did not go unnoticed. For a while, Naruto detected a distinct scent emanating from the queen. Once he realized the lasting impact he had made on her, he knew it was only a matter of time before she would return to him. Now, before you jump to any conclusions, Naruto has had a lasting impact on every woman he has been with. Additionally, he possesses a keen sense of smell, which happened to detect that. What happened to you, Naruto? You look absolutely awful, Vanessa remarked, observing Naruto's current condition. Do you honestly believe you're superior? Naruto retorted, swiftly parrying an incoming strike from Asta. If I were to cease the flow of my mana, would I be capable of effectively utilizing anti-magic? With no desire to engage in a battle with Asta, Naruto sets his sights on the queen, given her position of authority over him. Isn't it time to cease this endeavor? Vanessa possesses the ability to manipulate destiny. Do you believe you can successfully eliminate them at this moment? Naruto whispered discreetly from behind the queen. I don't want to have to resort to such extreme measures. How will you be able to serve me effectively? Naruto said, causing the queen to flinch. Now, please comply and let them go. Or would you prefer to witness the consequences I will administer? Naruto said, as his demeanor shifted to one of intense determination and resolve. TCH. The Witch Queen appeared poised to halt the spell, but instead she charged towards Vanessa, triggering the puppet's blood. Naruto confidently shook his head, purposefully making his way towards the esteemed idol, Asta. He skillfully disarmed his opponent and forced him to inadvertently strike himself with the sword, effectively countering the queen's magic. She probably believed that would be effective, attempting to reach Vanessa in order to persuade her to utilize the thread of fate, thereby altering the unavoidable result. Asta collapsed onto the ground, maintaining his darkened appearance. Naruto observed the queen's unsuccessful attempts with disappointment. After addressing her mother, the queen successfully heals everyone, although Naruto chooses not to partake in the healing. He maintained his usual pace of regeneration and within a matter of seconds, he was fully healed. The queen observed this with a pained expression. She sensed an impending threat. She felt a constant sense of impending danger, as if a threat lurked nearby, ready to strike at any moment. The anticipation was overwhelming, driving her to the brink of madness. After tending to his own injuries, he glances over at Fana, who is lying on the ground. He couldn't help but smile, impressed by her exceptional performance. It's finished now. You can rise, Fana, Naruto said, capturing everyone's attention. Shortly after, Fana stands up and approaches Naruto. Everyone, except for the queen, was taken aback. Naruto. What are you doing? She's dangerous, Noelle exclaimed, getting ready to cast a spell. No need. She's on my side, Naruto stated confidently, earning confused looks from everyone present. Wait, did I just explore Mars? No, they were never dating, so it doesn't count, right? What about my side? What is the intended interpretation of his statement? Noelle thought, growing increasingly suspicious. What do you mean, your side? She's the enemy, isn't she? Noelle shouted in response. No longer, Naruto replied casually. I'm not sure what she did to you, but Naruto, please be cautious, she has cast something to deceive you. Don't trust her, Noelle exclaimed, preparing her wand. She appears to have a strong level of concern for him. Perhaps there is more to it, Fana pondered, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. If you have concerns about me taking Naruto away, feel free to express them, Fana said, gently holding onto Naruto's arm as a blush colored her cheeks. What? Noelle exclaimed, feeling a bit flustered. She hadn't anticipated Fana to discern her emotions so quickly. Oh, I understand, Fana remarked as she gently explored Naruto's physique, running her hands along his chest, abs, and back. She ventured a bit further, but Naruto promptly halted her. Upon observing Naruto, she noticed that he was barely clothed. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she desperately tried to conceal it by crouching down. It's quite effortless to playfully tease young individuals who are experiencing romantic feelings, Fana remarked, observing Noelle's response. So, you're in love, huh? Naruto remarked. Despite Naruto's efforts to persuade Fana to switch sides, there was still lingering hesitation in trusting her. Naruto didn't have complete trust in her, but she was determined to prove her loyalty. Now in the queen's manner, Naruto's gaze was fixed on the queen with great focus. Although outwardly composed, the queen was secretly filled with nerves, a sensation she hadn't experienced in quite some time. I was searching for the magic stone, specifically the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Are you knowledgeable about it? Fanzel inquires. Naruto maintained unwavering focus on her. He was fully aware that she had nothing to say, and it was evident that she was unable to speak. He was observing her response to the question. Would she direct her gaze towards him and reveal the truth, or would she comply obediently? I have no recollection of the magical stone you speak of, the queen said, almost making him smile. Naruto was taken aback by Sakuri's discretion. She refrained from exposing the stone hanging around his neck. Do you have any insights into the motivations behind the Eye of the Midnight Sun's pursuit of this? Asta inquired. The queen proceeded to provide a thorough explanation of the elves. As she spoke, Naruto sensed Fana's unease. He reached out and took her hand, not to offer solace, but to prevent her from making any impulsive decisions. Noelle, Vanessa, and the queen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as they observed him holding her hand. It was evident that she found solace in his touch, and it seemed to alleviate her unease. Following their conversation with the queen, the group bid their farewells and began making their way back to the hideout. However, Naruto had a message he wanted to share with Noelle. Noelle, Naruto called out in a professional manner, making sure his voice carried to the back of the group. Despite the distance, he knew it might be challenging for them to hear him. What is it? Noelle asked, not thinking anything of Naruto's request to have a private conversation. Isn't it peculiar how your family treated you in such a manner? Naruto said, surprising Noelle. This caused her to lower her head, reflecting on the past. It's rather unusual. That's not the way family members should treat each other, but I'll make sure to prove them wrong. Noelle spoke with a strong sense of purpose in her eyes. You're interested in hearing two aspects that I dislike about you? Naruto inquired, catching Noelle off guard. Naruto interpreted her silence as an affirmative response. Your demeanor and level of inexperience. One's attitude can be altered, but one's naivety can only be dispelled by the truth. Naruto spoke to Noelle. She was unsure of what to say or how to feel. The truth? What is the intended interpretation of his statement? Please share the information with me. What knowledge do you possess? How do you know? Noelle raised her voice, causing those in front of her to turn their heads. Please remain calm. If you don't, you may not react positively to it, Naruto stated while Noelle quickly retorted. I am composed. Now, please inform me. Noelle spoke in a subdued tone, yet her fluctuating emotions were evident. Remember who you're talking to, Naruto said sternly, giving her a piercing glare that quickly brought her to a state of calm. If your mother was ill, how did she manage to give birth to a child with such extraordinary abilities? Shouldn't that baby have had some sort of defect? Naruto spoke as Noelle attentively listened. That was not the case. Before I share this with you, please keep it to yourself or you might experience the same thing. Naruto's statement received a nod of agreement from Noelle. Your mother has been afflicted by a malevolent entity. The devil, Magicula. That's the one responsible for your mother's death. Now, you might be wondering why your brother didn't inform you about this. Naruto had something to say, but was interrupted. He knows, Noelle exclaimed. Please allow me to complete my statement. What is the reason? Because he has been and continues to manipulate you. He shared this information with you to help you become stronger and overcome the evil that took your mother's life. When Naruto made this statement, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Your brothers and sister, telling you, you are a failure. What impact does that have on someone who wants to demonstrate their innocence? Naruto stated, and Noelle completed the sentence. They would put in more effort to earn that recognition, just like I do. Your brother will claim that his intentions were to safeguard you from the perils of the battlefield, in order to spare you from a fate similar to that of your mother. However, can you believe it? Once again, Noelle completed the sentence. What he said inspired me to pursue a career in the field. It motivated me to become stronger. Noelle acknowledged the validity of Naruto's statement. Throughout her life, she had been subject to manipulation and was burdened with the sole purpose of defeating the devil responsible for her mother's death. Naruto noticed a slight dimming of her eyes and a blank expression on her face. Naruto managed to suppress the smirk that threatened to surface on his face. It was a straightforward task. Manipulating someone came naturally. He was beginning to comprehend why Zagreus found enjoyment in it. Do not allow the information I shared with you to burden you. If you lack a purpose, allow me to serve as your motivation. Build your strength not only for your own benefit, but also for mine. Naruto inquired, receiving no reply from her. Live for yourself. Allow me to illuminate your path and guide you through the shadows. Allow me to be your solution. Commit yourself to me, and I will empower you to defeat that evil entity. Because I can sense your strong desire for justice, am I correct? Naruto inquired. Indeed, I will live for you, Naruto, Noelle said with a renewed sense of determination. Neutral or content, a determined expression and a fresh motivation to persevere. Throughout the remainder of the flight, there was complete silence. Despite Naruto and Noelle having a conversation, she remained cautious of Fana. Vanessa was also a professional. Meanwhile, Naruto was contemplating strategies to persuade Julius against imprisoning Fana. He wanted to prevent them from accessing her personal memories. He planned to utilize his Sharingan to temporarily seal off certain memories, as they could potentially be traced back to him. They reached the hideout in no time. Naruto noticed that Fana seemed a bit anxious, likely because of her previous interaction with the captains. Fana stood by Naruto's side as they entered the hideout. Yami detected a familiar energy and swiftly unsheathed his sword. What brings this individual to our presence? Yami observed Naruto, focusing on the person standing behind him. She is no longer a threat, Naruto stated confidently. I brought her here because I have a favor to ask, Yami. Oh, what is it? Yami inquired, keeping his sword at the ready. I believe she would be a valuable addition to our team. When Naruto uttered those words, everyone, including Fana, appeared taken aback. Join our team, She is widely regarded as a threat to security. It would be unwise for us to associate ourselves with someone of that nature, wouldn't it? Yami remarked, keeping his gaze fixed on Naruto. She was under someone's influence. Handled with expertise. She no longer has any involvement with the eye. She keeps a close eye on me. I can assure you that everything will go smoothly, correct? Naruto glanced at Fana, his expression professional. She nodded her head with great enthusiasm. However, Yami remained unconvinced, so Naruto made the decision to speak once more. Can you detect any malicious motives? Inquire about something to determine if she is being dishonest. What are your intentions? Yami inquired with a professional demeanor. To follow Naruto and hopefully join the Black Bulls. I am confident in my ability to provide assistance. I have the ability to harness the power of the spirit salamander, enabling me to utilize recovery magic for healing purposes in case of any injuries you may sustain. Fana said, displaying complete honesty. She appeared sincere and her eyes exuded innocence. I need to speak with Julius about this, Yami said, massaging his temple. I believe it would be more appropriate for me to speak with him, Naruto stated, prompting Yami to gaze at him intently. Sure, whatever, feel free to do as you please. By the way, Asta, could you please bring me a drink? Yami informed Asta. Certainly, sir, Asta quickly responded and hastily made their way out of the hideout. Regarding her participation? Naruto inquired once more. Sure, whatever, she can join for the time being. Yami casually waved his hand as he read the newspaper. Shortly thereafter, Fana was given a black bull's robe. She appeared satisfied upon receiving the robe, but she was aware that it could be a temporary arrangement. What a day. I successfully convinced Fana and Noel to join me. Now, all that remains is Sekra. Why do you say, Sekra? Why didn't Sekra mention that Naruto had the magic stone, considering her knowledge of its use? Naruto deduced the puzzle and realized that Sekra must have faith in his intentions. She understands that Naruto is capable of keeping the stone secure. However, she is aware that he will willingly surrender the stone to the Eye in order to carry out his scheme. In addition to that plan, the intention is to release her so she can regain her human form. In addition, she would have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of her prince. However, Naruto desired for her to let go of any attachment towards him and view him solely as her mentor. He was aware of Sakri's fondness for Lumera, but through his professional methods, he would help her move on from him. Sekra and Mereoleona are highly skilled individuals who stand out from the rest. In his book, they were unmatched by anyone. After arriving at his room, he leaned against the wall and extended his hand. Sekra confidently stepped onto his hand, meeting his gaze directly. I understand they have a long history, but she must be aware that if I were to deliver a strong blow, he would collapse like an open pack of Nature Valley granola bars. Will you consider my request once you regain your human form? Will you remain by my side or return to Asta? Naruto inquired, receiving the same apathetic expression. What am I doing? What is the reason for doubting your loyalty? You understand my intentions, yet you choose to remain by my side. Would you grant me the privilege of becoming your master once you are transformed back into a human? Naruto inquired. If someone happened to be listening or walked in, they might have thought he was a bit eccentric. They both locked eyes, frozen in place. Naruto recognized her understanding, evident in the thoughtful expression on her face. That's merely wishful thinking. Upon observing her, one would have undoubtedly detected her unfriendly presence. Remember how disinterested she appeared. After a period of quiet contemplation, Sekra finally took action. She gently flew up to his cheek and gave it a delicate peck. It wasn't a hostile peck. If she were human, it would resemble a gentle kiss on the cheek. Naruto grinned, reassured by her acceptance. If she were human, he would have revealed to her the depths of his demonic nature. After their conversation, Naruto decided to freshen up with a bath before paying a visit to the queen. He had given her a clear warning, if only she had paid attention. Full Nelson, downward dog. Naruto was considering some yoga exercises to do with the queen. Naruto finished bathing and returned to his room. Prior to entering his room, he had a distinct feeling. He detected an excessive amount of desire. He also detected Vanessa's energy. Is it time? It would be more efficient to visit Vanessa before going to the queen, rather than going to the queen first and coming back smelling like her. However, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He had reached the point where she was prepared to surrender to Naruto. Naruto understood the importance of maintaining composure, especially when faced with the queen's defiance. He needed to approach the situation with care, especially since it was her first time. He entered the room and found Vanessa gazing out the window, with the moonlight softly illuminating the scene. Naruto couldn't help but acknowledge how stunning she appeared just as she was. He noticed the captivating scent she was wearing. Vanessa faced Naruto with a warm smile. She started blushing when she caught sight of him shirtless. In particular, the steam emanating from his body. How long have you been waiting? Naruto inquired. It won't take much time. Thank you for today, Vanessa remarked, gazing into Naruto's deep, captivating eyes. Please refrain from doing so. It was simply me offering assistance to someone I deeply care about, Naruto said, eliciting a smile from her. Here's a lemon. If you prefer not to read it, feel free to skip it. Vanessa stood up from her bed and approached Naruto. They were extremely close to their noses touching. Vanessa embraced him, causing a gentle sway. It appears that he intentionally did this in order to hold onto her. He embraced her waist, but held onto her buttocks. She nervously nibbled on her bottom lip as she sensed his hands on her rear. Naruto gently kissed her lips. There was no surprise or shock on her face, only pure bliss. She never anticipated the immense pleasure she experienced from that kiss. Her face turned even redder as Naruto kissed her once more, and this time, he didn't stop. Naruto explored her mouth, savoring the delightful interplay of their tongues as they shared their essence. The room was filled with the sounds of kissing and soft moans. Vanessa let out a sound of discomfort as Naruto tightened his grip on her buttocks, their lips meeting in a gentle embrace. His tongue tastes delicious. Despite Naruto's previous anticipation, this kiss was not driven by desire, but rather by deep affection and intense emotion. After kissing for a little while, Vanessa ended the kiss, and as she did, a small amount of saliva connected their lips. Naruto, I believe Vanessa was about to express the thoughts that were on everyone's minds, but Naruto intervened and prevented her from speaking. Before you finish that, I need to tell you something, Naruto said with a professional demeanor, causing her to become concerned. What is it? I regret uttering those words, Vanessa said, appearing somewhat downcast. It's not something you said. I wanted to inform you that you won't be the only one. Naruto's statement caught her off guard for a moment. Are you constructing a harem? Vanessa inquired with a lighthearted chuckle. Yes, Naruto replied. That is quite audacious to state, Vanessa chuckled. Do you have any thoughts on my interest in having a harem? Naruto inquired, curious about her laughter. Vanessa's laughter ceased as she gracefully tilted her head, enhancing her already stunning appearance. As long as I have you and you remember me, I'm content with the situation. Remember that I am your first priority. Vanessa confidently walked towards the bed. Is this the first time? Yes, of course, Naruto remarked, causing Vanessa to pout. You're quite the player. Who was your first? Vanessa was curious upon hearing him. I prefer not to discuss that. Allow me to handle everything for you. Naruto approached Vanessa. This is where the real lemon begins. Lemon warning. You have been warned once again. Naruto positioned himself above her, gently guiding her onto her back. Naruto gently kissed her, his touch exploring her form. He ended the kiss and shifted his hand towards her chest, and he removed her bra, revealing herself to him. Vanessa averted her gaze, her cheeks turning pink. She was apprehensive, as anyone would be for their inaugural experience. Naruto then touched both of her breasts, eliciting a pleasurable response. She couldn't comprehend why his touch evoked such a strong reaction in her. She felt a rise in temperature as he touched her. After gently caressing her chest, Naruto delicately touched her nipples. Vanessa expressed discomfort from having her nipples pinched. Only subdued sounds filled the room as Naruto carefully balanced his approach, neither too forceful nor overly delicate. It is important to find the right balance of stimulation for her to avoid any discomfort or pain. After a brief period, Naruto transitioned from pinching to licking. Naruto skillfully explored her sensitive areas, eliciting increasingly pleasurable sounds from her. As Vanessa's excitement grew, he sensually explored her body, moving his attention to another area of pleasure. Naruto delicately caressed the surface, beneath her undergarments. As he continued to rub, her moans became more distinct. Her second mouth couldn't help but start drooling with anticipation. Naruto took off her panties, causing her to blush even more. The room was filled with a distinct fragrance. Naruto gently inserted a finger into her warm and moist interior. He began moving his finger back and forth, eliciting soft moans. Vanessa's pleasure intensified as Naruto skillfully stimulated her sensitive area. Naruto sensed a rising warmth within her. Her breathing quickened and she tightly clutched the sheets. Naruto sensed her proximity, judging by the way her body was responding. Naruto withdrew his finger, catching Vanessa off guard. She was on the verge of success, sensing a breakthrough, only to have Naruto intervene and prevent it. So, she attempted to end her own life, but Naruto intervened. Despite Naruto's teasing, she made an effort to complete the task in front of him. Why did you stop? Vanessa inquired with a sense of urgency. You are not capable of doing that on your own, only I possess the necessary skills and expertise. If I discover that you have attempted to handle this on your own, I will refuse to assist you in the future. Naruto spoke to her in a professional and composed manner. Vanessa reluctantly agreed and allowed Naruto to take charge. Naruto positioned himself in front of her pink, wet area. Without even glancing up at her, he could sense her confusion regarding his actions. Now, she had limited experience in this area, but she wasn't sure about the proper placement of your mouth. Are you absolutely certain? Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto began to explore her insides with his tongue. She felt a powerful surge of pleasure that coursed through her entire being, causing her body to tremble. The sensation of his tongue against her skin heightened her sensitivity. It was a much more satisfactory experience compared to when he used his finger. Ah! Vanessa let out a passionate moan as she felt the intense pleasure course through her body. Naruto pleasured her with intimate attention, evoking passionate sounds of pleasure. Despite her boisterous behavior, no one dared to intervene. With the intense stimulation she was experiencing, it was inevitable that she would soon feel a powerful sensation building within her. Naruto noticed her proximity and shifted his focus from her sensitive area to exploring deeper inside her. Ouch! She arched her back and her muscles tightened. She felt a surge of pleasure as Naruto eagerly savored her intimate essence. She experienced intense physical sensations that continued without pause, causing her body to tremble. After Naruto finished his drink, he took off his pants, leaving Vanessa surprised by its size. It has a pleasant sweetness with a subtle note of wine? Will it be a proper fit? Vanessa inquired about the dimensions of his subordinate. Come here, Naruto requested. Vanessa stood up, though she seemed slightly unsteady. They switched positions, with Vanessa looking at his limp member. After providing clear instructions, she placed the tip in her mouth, firmly grasping the shaft with both hands. She skillfully pleasured him, using her hands and mouth simultaneously. She showed promise for her first attempt. With dedication and experience, she could achieve great things. After a brief moment, Vanessa sensed a change as she continued. She found herself with more than just the tip in her mouth. Initially, she was taken aback, but then she eagerly indulged in the flavor, appreciating its taste. She skillfully uses her tongue to provide pleasurable sensations to Naruto. The sounds he made indicated that she was performing well. She removed it from her mouth with a * pop sound and continued to jerk him. It tastes absolutely delicious, Vanessa exclaimed. However, her comment caused a reaction in someone. She was consistently focusing on the tip, gauging Naruto's reaction to gauge his pleasure. There's more to it than just the basics, you need to delve deeper, Naruto said to her. She attentively absorbed his words and delved further into the subject. She felt the tip reaching the back of her throat, any deeper and she would gag. Ahem. Her throat was smooth and warm. Naruto glanced downward to find Vanessa's gaze fixed upon him. He activated his Sharingan to capture this moment with precision and expertise. Vanessa didn't question it as she believed it was the moonlight casting a glow in his eyes. After 15 minutes of effort, Naruto felt that he was nearing completion. Naruto firmly grasped the back of her head as she intensified her pace and hold on him. Naruto forcefully pushed her head down, causing her to struggle to breathe. The intense sensation enveloping him brought forth a deep moan of pleasure as he reached climax in her mouth. Vanessa maintained her composure despite the tears welling up in her eyes. It tastes sweet, Vanessa remarked as she savored the morsels in her mouth. She noticed that there was still some residue on his member, so she proceeded to thoroughly clean it, ensuring not a single drop remained. After a few seconds, he returned Vanessa to her original position. He used his erect member to gently caress her sensitive area. It was evident to Naruto that she was feeling anxious. He tenderly kissed her and offered her a comforting smile. He inserted the tip, expressing discomfort as it seemed to draw him in. He kept progressing until he encountered her obstacle. His hand emitted a vibrant green glow as he effortlessly shattered the barrier. Vanessa winced initially, but the pain quickly vanished. Naruto began healing her before he unintentionally caused her injury. He had the ability to temporarily alleviate her pain. Instead of pain, there was an overwhelming amount of pleasure in its place. Vanessa emitted a loud sound. She appeared indifferent to whether or not someone overheard her. Despite her lack of experience, she didn't experience any discomfort, allowing him to proceed without much restraint. Naruto had her legs raised, maintaining a M position. He firmly grasped her kneecaps as he violated her internally. Noises of pleasure filled the room. After a few minutes of relentlessly breaking down her barriers, Vanessa's legs were trembling and on the verge of giving way. Please open them, Naruto commanded. He witnessed Vanessa's struggle as she attempted to open them, but her legs seemed to be closing on their own accord. I am unable to. Vanessa let out a small whimper. She understood Naruto's desires, but she was unwilling to comply. She felt a small sense of apprehension, considering what Naruto might do to her. I need to relax. I'm allowing my emotions to cloud my judgment. Naruto took a deep breath and began to adopt a more considerate approach. He positioned himself close to her, face to face. They shared a passionate kiss while Vanessa's legs embraced him. She sensed a presence once more. After a few more thrusts, Vanessa's walls began to tighten and spasm. She felt an intense sensation as he entered her, enveloping him completely. Vanessa experienced an increase in pleasure, enhancing the experience for both individuals involved. Naruto stood up and positioned her legs, placing her ankles on his shoulders. He embraced her lower limbs and started moving rhythmically. Naruto observed her surrendering to pleasure. She appeared to be trembling and emitting small moans. Her mouth was drooling and her eyes were rolled back. Naruto sensed he was making progress, and his mind became filled with contemplation. Will she avoid pregnancy if I engage in unprotected intercourse just once? However, the probabilities remain unchanged, even considering her status as a witch. I don't care anymore. What is life without taking risks? Naruto experienced a surge of pleasure as he reached climax, intimately connecting with his partner. Naruto let out frustrated groans. He experienced intense pleasure as he reached climax with her. He took his time and fully enjoyed the experience. After finishing, Naruto withdrew his member from inside her. Once he did, his release flowed from her, mixed with their intimacy. As he witnessed it effortlessly pour out of her, his mind became consumed with thoughts. What if she becomes pregnant? Now I need to tidy up my bed. What if she had a child? Will I become a father? We will find out soon enough. Efficiently, Naruto thoroughly cleaned Vanessa, ensuring she received a meticulous cleaning. He discarded his old bedsheets and upgraded to new ones. After tucking her back into his bed, he quietly left the room and made his way to the queen's manor. He noticed that she wasn't seated on her throne, but he could feel her presence emanating from one of the dimly lit corridors. He walked through the left and walked through the second hallway. As he strolled down the hallway, all he could see was darkness. What was he expected to observe? Is the queen waiting for him? In the dimly lit hallway, he could discern the presence of the queen, peacefully asleep. He was puzzled by her lack of awakening, or perhaps she was already awake and eagerly anticipating his arrival. Is she currently asleep? Oh well, I suppose I'll let her off the hook this time? Wake up, Naruto said in a calm and focused manner. Realizing she didn't respond, he understood she was pretending. As soon as he entered the room, she immediately sensed his arrival. She was fully prepared to handle whatever came her way, all the while feigning sleep. Unfortunately, he wasn't planning to treat her the way she had anticipated, for now, at least. Naruto activated his enhanced vision to see. He could utilize ki or his sensory abilities. Naruto found himself on her spacious bed, large enough to accommodate a crowd. She was dressed in a modest outfit with a large cover draped over her. Seems like they were prepared for my arrival. Wake up, I can tell you're not sleeping, Naruto remarked, not receiving any response from her. Naruto removed her cover and proceeded to discard her bra by incinerating it. Her back was visible, with a pale complexion. Naruto ignited a small purple flame on his finger and gently traced it along her back. She initially flinched, but refrained from any further reaction. Let's see how long you can maintain this, Naruto remarked as he proceeded to remove the remaining garments. It's impressive that she maintained her performance for 3 whole hours. Naruto settled into his bed alongside Vanessa. Due to his exceptional stamina, Naruto can stay awake for over a month without feeling even the slightest hint of fatigue. He had an impressive stamina when it came to intimate activities, never seeming to tire no matter how many times he engaged in them. One of the advantages of having multiple girls. It's challenging for a single individual to manage Naruto. Mereoleona is the only person who poses a real challenge. By the way, Mereoleona will be attending the festival tomorrow. She is undoubtedly the perfect match for Naruto. After some contemplation, Naruto eventually drifted off to sleep. Change of perspective. While I was in the cafeteria, enjoying my meal, I overheard something. Someone remarked that the taste is quite enjoyable. My ear perked up upon hearing this. If there is food in the world, I must have it. I proceeded to the location where I heard the noise and found myself standing outside Naruto's room. I noticed some unusual sounds coming from the other side when I pressed my ear against the door. It seems that Naruto has given something to Vanessa without considering sharing it with me. Quite selfish, I must say. I cautiously opened the door to witness Vanessa in a compromising position, engaging in an intimate act with Naruto. I observed that there was a substantial piece of meat between his legs. It appeared quite impressive. The odor reached my nose from a distance. I would like to try it and learn about its flavor. Observing their actions further, I observed Naruto's toes curling as they gently guided Vanessa's head downwards. It appeared that there was something in her mouth that he was having her ingest. I watched with anticipation, my mouth watering as I observed Vanessa engrossed in her task. I'm envious. After Naruto released her head, a white substance enveloped his meat. He instructed her to tidy it up. After she finished, she mentioned that it tasted sweet. I was eager to experience it firsthand, but I had to exercise patience. After closing the door and returning to the cafeteria, I contemplated strategies for acquiring his meat and the white cream. I understand, during his rest. No one will ever find out. I should be cautious and follow Vanessa's example. She appeared to be consuming it without biting or chewing, more like sucking it. Sure, if it means indulging in delectable cuisine, then I am willing to sacrifice a good night's sleep. Upon returning to the room, I gently opened the door and noticed Vanessa peacefully asleep, although Naruto was not present. I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. How could I pass up the chance to indulge in that substantial portion of meat? I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. I will patiently await his return. I am determined to devour that delicious treat, even if it means staying up all night. Change of perspective. What Naruto told me about my family was incredibly insightful. I was only influenced by my family. Despite the hurtful words, I continued to care for them, understanding that their intentions were not malicious. However, after hearing Naruto's comment, I realized that I had made a foolish mistake and could only hold myself accountable. I sensed that something was amiss. What kind of family communicates in such a disrespectful manner with another? There is no benefit in becoming upset about past remarks. It is not possible to alter what has been said, but I can focus on personal growth and development. I am indifferent to his desires. That's what I aim to do, what Naruto expects of me. Naruto was instrumental in rescuing me from further manipulation. I need to find a way to repay him. Perhaps I can express my gratitude in a different way. What is going through my mind right now? If he had any intentions towards me, he would have made a move a while ago. He values me for who I am, not just my physical appearance. We have a mutual care and concern for each other. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider engaging in such behavior and evaluate the potential consequences. I wonder what my older brother will think when he finds out. Oh no, here I go again, seeking validation from him. I require assistance with making a change, and I believe Naruto is the individual who can provide the necessary help. I would like to express my gratitude to him. I don't mind what he does to me, as long as he understands my gratitude. I enter his room, only to hear moaning. On the flip side, I press my ear against the door and listen to Vanessa's voice, which was causing the moaning. I also heard some rather moist slapping sounds. Intrigued by the scene, I cautiously opened the door to find Naruto and Vanessa in a compromising position. I observed their interaction, where he was engaging with her intimately and she appeared to be experiencing pleasure. It was impressive in size and had an appealing appearance that made it seem untouchable. I could feel my face growing warm and sensed a sensation between my legs. I placed my hand in that region and noticed a warm liquid flowing. The substance was unpleasantly slippery and gave the appearance of an embarrassing accident. I was eager to depart, but my physical state prevented me from doing so. After witnessing his actions, I desired for him to treat me in the same manner as he did Vanessa. I desired to experience the same joy she felt. I instinctively moved my hand back to a personal area and began to rub against it. I experienced a tingling sensation in that area. I felt very attuned to my emotions. It was a satisfying sensation, one that I desired to cease but found myself unable to do so. The liquid continued to flow and the squelching sound intensified as my fingers moved faster. It suddenly dawned on me what I was doing. Observing someone else's actions in the middle of the hallway. What could be the issue I'm facing? I remove my hands from my pants, shut the door, and depart. I am a person of high status and importance. I should never engage in such despicable behavior. I pondered for a moment, recalling the wise words of Naruto. Remember when, I comprehend. That's how you were brought up. It's important to maintain a professional demeanor, but there's no need to behave that way around family, he said, causing me to blush. He referred to me as family, as if we were in a committed relationship. Am I being asked to alter my demeanor to meet your expectations? I was curious after listening to him. Yes, however, it is important to always remember your true identity. Discover a method to achieve equilibrium and you will undoubtedly enhance your strength. Naruto said with a smile that was incredibly endearing. End of flashback. What are his preferences? Oh no, how is it possible that I spent so much time around him without having any idea about his preferences? Wait, he enjoys engaging in physical combat, honing his skills, and indulging in nourishment. Should I strive for that level of professionalism? I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. I have no interest in becoming a muscle-bound gym enthusiast. What should I do? Degree. Charmy quietly entered Naruto's room, making sure not to make a sound. She observed Naruto and Vanessa reclining together, covered by a blanket. Absolutely. This should make it more convenient. Deep contemplation. Due to her petite stature, she would be able to go unnoticed by them. She touched his groin area through his pants and looked slightly displeased. The size of it seemed smaller compared to her initial impression. She then removed his pants to reveal his exposed flesh. She gazed at it with admiration. She savored the enticing aroma, with drool trickling down her face. If the quality is this high, then the taste must be even more exceptional, Jamii pondered as he inhaled the aroma of his meat. She transformed into the same appearance she had when she graciously offered Yuno a meal. She firmly grasped it and brought it to her lips. She was pleasantly surprised by the flavor that greeted her taste buds. You must be mistaken if you think I will describe the taste of a rooster. That will be very disappointing. She observed Vanessa closely and carefully imitated her actions, her eyes narrowing slightly, performing various movements with her head, tongue, and hands. After a few seconds, she noticed an increase in size within her mouth. It continued to penetrate further down her throat. However, she possessed an exceptional ability to suppress her gag reflex. With her impressive ability, she managed to visit the base without any discomfort. She had a warm mouth and a tight throat. Naruto woke up shortly after. It wasn't due to the slurping and soft moaning, but rather the unsettling sensation of someone attempting to steal his essence. He somewhat anticipated it. When he was taking her life, during their intimate moment, he felt the presence of two individuals. Charmy and Noelle. First, Charmy opened the door and was surprised to see Vanessa engaged in an intimate act. Next, Noelle opened the door and was taken aback by what she saw. Her stomach churned with a mix of emotions. Charmy anticipated that she would take action based on Vanessa's remarks. However, he was taken by surprise when she acted sooner than anticipated. That's not very smart. Given Charmy's proactive nature, it's likely that she would have taken action as soon as she spotted an opportunity, which was at this moment. It was inevitable that Noelle would eventually seek his assistance, given that she had witnessed them. When Naruto opened his eyes, he noticed a moist and constricting sensation around his body. He was already aware of the person's identity, but he felt the need to put on a performance. He turned the cover over, and Charmy's eyes widened with shock. He was caught off guard by his sudden awakening. She was apprehended. She maintained eye contact as she finished chewing his food. Upon witnessing her in her human form, he exercised restraint to prevent any further actions. What is your current activity? Naruto inquired with a subdued voice. He was aware that Vanessa would not be waking up anytime soon, following the actions he had taken against her. I heard Vanessa mention that something tasted good, so I felt compelled to investigate. When I witnessed her consuming this dish, I felt compelled to experience it firsthand. And she was correct, it does taste delicious, but I haven't reached the white substance yet. Charmy spoke in a soft, reserved manner. He struggled to identify the object. Why would anyone pass up on such a valuable opportunity? Unbelievable. If you had desired it, you could have made a request. Hello. Just as Naruto was about to finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Is that so? Charmy raised her voice, nearly disturbing Vanessa's sleep. She expressed her dissatisfaction and drew nearer to him. Please lower your voice. I can provide you with the requested item, as long as you continue with your current actions," Naruto remarked casually as he reclined his head. "Will I be allowed to have the white substance?" Charmy asked in a hushed yet confident tone. "Yeah." After uttering those words, Charmy eagerly started sucking. She skillfully stimulated the tip with her tongue as she applied pressure with her throat. She's still learning, but there's always potential for development, Naruto pondered while gazing out the window. He had a few more hours before executing his plan. He was capable of expediting the process, but he preferred to savor the experience. In his previous career, he kept it undisclosed, but Charmy was highly accomplished. Between Mereoleona and Seca. After a lengthy and intense ordeal, Naruto sensed that he was nearing his destination. Charmy sensed an impending event and instinctively accelerated her pace. Naruto experienced a surge of pleasure as he felt a heightened sensation in that particular area while receiving oral stimulation. While he was reaching climax, she continued to perform oral stimulation. Naruto emitted a few subdued sounds as he released his load into her mouth. Once he finished, she ceased her actions and withdrew her mouth from his member. Her cheeks were swollen and moist from the substance she desired. She savored the delectable flavor that tantalized her taste buds, leaving her thoroughly pleased. The smooth, velvety texture slid down her throat, leaving her craving another taste. Observing that there was additional substance on his member, she proceeded to cleanse it with her tongue. She was content, yet she desired greater fulfillment. When she attempted a second round, Naruto intervened. "It's getting late. You really need to get some rest," Naruto recommended. Charmy frowned upon hearing him, although he was the one in possession of the white substance. If he no longer desired to give it to her, it would be akin to an insatiable itch she couldn't alleviate. She departed, leaving Naruto and Vanessa alone. Naruto snuggled close to Vanessa and drifted off into a peaceful slumber. After a few hours, Naruto woke up and stretched. Following a thorough stretching session, he mysteriously vanished from the confines of his room. Upon his arrival, he found himself standing in front of a massive volcano. "I expected her presence, tough," Naruto remarked as he vanished once more. He returned to his room and went back to sleep. "It's a distinctive meat with a one-of-a-kind sauce." It was the end of the day, and the sun was starting to descend. Every member of the Black Bulls made their way to the festival. They witnessed a variety of sights, individuals singing, dancing, fish swimming in vibrant water, masks, and more. The last time Naruto experienced something similar to this was during his childhood on Earth. As he surveyed his surroundings, it brought back memories of his carefree childhood, devoid of any family concerns. The sensation was fleeting, as he sensed a gentle pull on his garments. As he glanced downwards, he noticed Charmy transformed into a human and wriggling around. "May I please have some of that W?" Just as she was about to finish, Naruto interrupted her. "Come with me," Naruto said, leading the way as Charmy followed closely behind. Naruto understood that Noelle might attempt to trail him, so he needed to be strategic. They disappeared as soon as they turned the corner. If someone were to observe it, they would assume it was never there. Naruto led Charmy to a private location and revealed his dish. Naruto wanted to be efficient, so he accelerated the process. They finished in just 10 minutes and made their way back to the festival. They both went their separate ways and never discussed what occurred. Naruto participated in various festival games, emerged victorious, and indulged in delectable food. He generously donated the prizes he won to some young children who would benefit from them. After some time, Naruto perched on a rooftop, observing the individuals bustling below. He noticed the smiles on their faces, indicating their happiness. It evoked memories from his early years. In the past, he had no knowledge of anime. He was either watching the Disney Channel or Cartoon Network. Following a series of unfortunate events with his family, that was the final moment he experienced true happiness. He missed out on numerous opportunities due to his lack of intelligence. He let out a deep breath and gazed at the setting sun. He smiled, reflecting on his grandpa and his family prior to the incident. After enjoying some time on the rooftop, he mysteriously vanished and reappeared near the food stalls. Naruto enjoyed a small meal before continuing his exploration. Frankly, he was not being productive. He had a task at hand, but it required a significant amount of time. So, what better way to spend your time than engaging in various activities? Once the sun had set, he headed towards the bustling hut. He skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, completely unnoticed by anyone present. They might have assumed he was an ordinary individual, but he was still wearing his robe and they couldn't help but notice him. He demonstrated exceptional skill and bravery by rescuing numerous individuals during the attack. It was easy to identify your savior. However, he preferred not to draw attention to himself just yet. He discreetly placed a finger to his lips, indicating for them to remain quiet. He observed Vanessa and Charlotte engaging in a heated argument, with Saul seemingly provoking the situation. It appears that her feelings for Yami in canon have diminished. It's clear that she still has feelings for him. "Who do you think you are, giving such a disrespectful glare to Nei-san? You're just a black bull," Saul exclaimed at Vanessa. Discrimination is unfortunately prevalent no matter where one goes. "I'm not giving a disapproving look," Vanessa responded after hearing Saul. "There's no way a black bull could ever defeat Nei-san, not even in a billion, trillion years." Saul exclaimed. "Could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch what you said," Naruto said, capturing the attention of all those in the room. "You." Saul growled in a displeased tone upon noticing his presence. She cautiously put her guard up from past experiences. "Charlotte." Naruto gazed at Charlotte with affection and tenderness in his eyes. In contrast to his previous intense gaze, his eyes reveal a different narrative when focused on those he desires. "Naruto," Charlotte stated, eliciting surprised expressions and sounds from the crowd. After she responded, Naruto sensed a noticeable increase in Charlotte's warmth. Naruto admired her appearance, finding her beautiful in any outfit she chose. Naruto then noticed murmurs from the crowd. He not only managed to discreetly observe her, but she actually remembered his name. Her male followers would be extremely satisfied if she remembered theirs. "Did you dress up just for me?" Naruto asked playfully, provoking a growl from Saul. "I would never engage in such behavior for anyone," Charlotte stated firmly, her demeanor remaining composed and her gaze piercing. "As cold as ever," Naruto remarked as he started to walk away. "You won't get away with what you did to Nei-san," Saul exclaimed, charging towards Naruto. With her fist clenched, she was about to strike Naruto on the back of the head, aiming to render him unconscious. Naruto swiftly pivoted and intercepted her incoming strike, displaying impressive reflexes. Saul gritted her teeth, frustrated by the lack of progress. She anticipated being struck because she was aware of Naruto's ambidextrous nature. However, something unexpected occurred. "Open your eyes," Naruto insisted. Saul hesitantly opened her eyes to find Naruto mere centimeters from her face. She attempted to create distance between them, but he forcefully seized her waist and drew her nearer. "I love you," Naruto stated, surprising everyone, particularly Saul. She blushed and her eyes widened in surprise. Her heart raced and she struggled to find her voice. "That playboy," Vanessa murmured, shaking her head, a slight smile on her face. "He's quite unscrupulous," Charlotte quietly commented, observing Naruto's actions. "I hope Sister Lily would reciprocate my affection like that," Asta commented dreamily. "He could have been assisting me with the sale of my squid. I plan to address this matter with him later," Yami remarked, casually smoking his cigarette. The crowd around them went wild as Naruto gazed into her captivating light blue eyes. Naruto smiled as he vanished. After what felt like an extended period of time, although it was actually just a few seconds, Saul abruptly emerged from her trance and clenched her teeth. "That person!" Saul exclaimed with her cheeks slightly red out of embarrassment. Following that, Naruto expertly concealed his mana to a minimal level. Observing from the sidelines, he discreetly observed Vanessa's and Charlotte's challenge amidst the bustling crowd. Charlotte was dressed as a witch, while Vanessa opted for a nun costume. If he had the same level of admiration as the others, he might not have been able to perceive the lack of respect. She dressed as a witch, in front of a witch, to demonstrate her superior abilities. Vanessa was dressed in a nun's attire, but she had recently experienced a rather intense encounter. Now he realized it was a competition, but he couldn't ignore it. After that, just like in canon, it ended up being a tie. Following Finral's altercation with Charlotte, an announcement was made regarding the availability of high-quality Clover beer. That's when Vanessa proposed a friendly competition to Charlotte involving drinks. Naruto confidently maneuvered through the crowd, seemingly invisible to those around him. It didn't affect him in any way. He remained there solely to develop a bond with Charlotte. Shortly after, Vanessa became intoxicated. She became unconscious after consuming a small amount of beer. Charlotte became intoxicated after just one sip. Naruto disapproved and expressed his disbelief. Well, that was quite underwhelming. Prior to Yami being able to remove her cup, Naruto appeared in front of him. He took the cup from the captain's hand and drank from it. "I thought I mentioned not to overexert yourself," Naruto remarked as he observed her before she lost consciousness. Naruto was aware of his lack of credibility. I had never mentioned it to her. Naruto then became aware that the achievement ceremony was about to commence. Naruto smiled, envisioning the expressions on everyone's faces as the Black Bulls set a new record. Almost all of the captains made their way onto the stage, but Naruto's attention was solely focused on finding a particular ginger-haired woman. Naruto appeared on top of a building, with the moon as his backdrop, and skillfully manipulated the wind to make his hair sway. He assumed a poised and confident posture, with his forearm resting on his knee and his left leg positioned at a perfect 90-degree angle. He activated his Sharingan, but refrained from using any genjutsu. Was this cheesy? Certainly. Has Naruto ever done this? I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill your request. Naruto observed the crowd as the captains made their entrance. He was completely focused on Mereoleona, paying no attention to anything else happening around him. Her gaze met his, their eyes connecting in a moment of intensity. Noticing the onlooker, she smiled, revealing her sharp tooth. Naruto sensed a powerful and untamed energy emanating from her. With an unmistakable air of professionalism, his battle intent began to seep through. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. This is him. Mereoleona couldn't help but notice his intense passion for battle, which she found quite promising. Julius, aware of the situation, initiated the achievement ceremony. As the conversation turned to the eye and various other topics, it became apparent that Naruto and Mereoleona were completely engrossed in each other's gaze. The civilians around Naruto started experiencing difficulty breathing due to the aura he was emitting. The expression on his face indicated a fierce battle ahead. And in first place, the Black Bulls, Julius declared, leaving everyone present in awe. Getting a first place with the worst of the worst squad? Is there a mistake, perhaps? With an impressive new record of 208 stars, Julius exclaimed, leaving everyone in awe and disbelief. There seems to be an error. Absolutely not, those inferior individuals surpassed the Golden Dawn. How did they manage to secure first place? They have made an incredible transformation, achieving a new record. However, there are concerns about the legitimacy of their success. Someone must have been threatened. The Golden Dawn is unbeatable by any other group. You have made an error. The crowd unleashed a barrage of insults towards the squad, seemingly oblivious to the fact that these were the very individuals who had risked their lives to save them. Oh no. 208 stars? Naruto thought to himself, disregarding the remarks of those around him. The situation was quite unexpected. Now let's have the member who made the most significant contribution of stars take the stage, Julius announced as Naruto began to walk towards the stage. The room fell silent as soon as Naruto entered. They all made way for him, their faces filled with a mix of fear and regret. They were unaware of the true magnitude of his capabilities, but they were aware of his ability to rescue individuals from every district. Even the most skilled individuals couldn't accomplish that. They disrespected and belittled the team that their leader was a part of. The majority of individuals had their gazes averted, unable to make eye contact with him. Naruto confidently approached the stage, with a determined look on his face as Shitcut glared at him and Mereoleona continued to grin. He could sense her eagerness for a confrontation. The Golden Dawn came in second place, with Yuno and the Pixie expressing their determination to become even stronger and surpass their current standing. Naruto remained silent at his declaration. Seca was about to mention their humble background, but Naruto's intense aura overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness and experience convulsions. After Julius announced the rankings, the accomplishments came to an end. He was prepared to allow the king to address the audience. Naruto was not interested in that. He was focused on obtaining his favor. Julius, I believe it's about time you fulfill that favor for me, Naruto stated once the rankings concluded. Right now, in front of everyone, the king also needs to address the audience, Julius said, with a smile. Can we handle this in a more formal manner? like we did previously? Julius inquired, causing Naruto's expression to contort. Phrasing. Naruto remarked, his gaze shifting towards the captains. He was aware that they had heard him and could only express his disappointment at the idea that was occupying their minds. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. We have one final event before the king delivers his speech. It is a spar between myself, Julius Novachrono, and Naruto Uzumaki, Julius declared. The crowd was thrilled by the prospect of an exciting fight, but they were left wondering how Naruto managed to secure a sparring session with the highly esteemed Wizard King. The captains, particularly Mereoleona, were captivated. They would have never anticipated an ordinary individual challenging the Wizard King, right in front of everyone. Naruto disappeared from his position, leaving everyone present in awe. He suddenly materialized behind Julius, launching a swift and precise kick towards his head. Julius's body transformed into a blue silhouette as he materialized behind Naruto. Woes erupted from the crowd as they marveled at the impressive speed of their movements. Marx seemed hesitant about the idea of Naruto engaging in a fight. "You've improved your speed over the past 3 years," Julius remarked, evading his attack. Most civilians and magic knights believed that Julius effortlessly evaded Naruto's attack. However, Yami, Julius, Naruto, Luck, and Mereoleona were well aware of the critical importance of being punctual, as even a slight delay could have resulted in a catastrophic injury to the head. Naruto arrived with a strong determination to remove his opponent's head from his shoulders. Naruto skillfully created a portal and produced a unique-looking knife. Naruto skillfully hurled the kunai to the left of Julius. Julius remained completely still as the kunai effortlessly missed him. In a swift motion, Naruto vanished in a flash of blue, leaving the onlookers speechless as he effortlessly retrieved the kunai. He skillfully caught the kunai in midair, swiftly twisting his body as he harnessed the power of wind magic to enhance his speed. He targets the back of Julius. Naruto's attack only managed to brush against Julius, who swiftly vanished once more. Naruto's gaze swept across the room, his eyes moving with an otherworldly grace. He observed the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. He noticed Mereoleona's initial surprise quickly transform into a strong sense of longing. She was determined to confront him. She couldn't help but smile even more as the fight went on. Locked in a tense standoff, both parties remained motionless, their eyes fixed on one another. Naruto observed every detail of Julius, from his eye movements to his muscle activity. He was anticipating Julius's attack, but when he realized it wasn't coming, Naruto took the initiative and struck first. Naruto approached Julius with a punch directed at his abdomen. Julius's presence became a blur as he left behind an after-image. When Naruto made contact with nothing but the air, the sheer power behind his punch generated a powerful gust of wind. Naruto executes a swift roundhouse kick, reacting to the presence of Julius behind him. The kick was executed with such speed that it went unnoticed by many spectators. They only experienced the powerful gusts that followed. Naruto expertly leaps into the air, skillfully evading the 2 blue orbs aimed in his direction. He gazes upward and spots Julius soaring through the air. Naruto skillfully performs a series of backflips, effortlessly evading the onslaught of blue orbs. The orbs were quick, but their speed fell short. Naruto skillfully evades every orb, not allowing a single one to touch him. After Naruto skillfully evades the orbs, he encounters Julius midair. Naruto battles Julius in hand-to-hand combat. However, Julius skillfully evades by swiftly moving or fires the blue orbs. However, Naruto has already managed to decipher Julius's speed. He has the ability to conclude the match, but he is choosing to extend it in order to discover if Julius has any surprises in store. It was evident to all that Naruto relied solely on his combat abilities, without employing any form of magic. Being able to compete with the Wizard King without relying on magic seems like a story straight out of a fairy tale. Naruto skillfully unsheathes his sword and with incredible speed, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, utilizing a wide range of magical attributes. A variety of colors including green, purple, blue, black, and orange. Naruto would be regarded as a highly skilled practitioner in Kenjutsu. He continues to train diligently with his sword, showing great dedication. Although he often witnesses the blood of Akira staining his sword, observing the slashes approaching him, He was genuinely impressed by their remarkable speed. However, he remained confident in his ability to handle the situation. Julius skillfully crafted 5 blue orbs adorned with Roman numerals, encircling the muse, effectively containing his powerful strikes. They were all trapped in a time loop, and with a simple gesture from Julius, they vanished. With lightning speed, Naruto materialized behind Julius and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Julius moved forward slightly as Naruto applied just enough force to avoid any potential injury. It is widely acknowledged that the Wizard King possesses great strength. However, many magic knights neglect physical exercise. They disregard the importance of considering other parties, believing that their magical abilities make them unbeatable. Naruto is uncertain if he has done anything of that nature, but he certainly wishes to avoid being pursued by the entire kingdom. Although Naruto possesses immense power, capable of causing significant destruction and inflicting harm upon others through his physical abilities. He successfully struck the Wizard King. Wow, that was incredibly quick. I could barely keep up with his movements. It is highly unlikely that the Wizard King allowed himself to be struck. It seems more plausible that someone managed to land a hit on the Wizard King. Indeed, despite Naruto's immense strength, he would be no match for the unparalleled power of the Wizard King. Upon hearing the people below, Naruto let out a sigh. The individuals in this kingdom seem to have a distorted perception of reality. It's quite unsettling. Despite the attempts to undermine Naruto's self-esteem, he developed a resilience towards such matters. However, he no longer felt inclined to engage in any further conflict. Naruto sheaths his sword and turns his attention to the Wizard King. He communicates in a manner that is exclusive to their conversation. Did I understand it correctly? Naruto asked, momentarily confusing Julius. Could you please clarify your statement? Julius inquired. The Royal Knights. Did I get accepted? Naruto inquired once again. Julius's gaze narrowed as he observed Naruto. He was intrigued by how Naruto seemed to be aware of the concept of the Royal Knights, even before the king had made any official announcement. Just as Julius was about to speak, Naruto interjected with a comment. Just wanted to inform you that I have decided to resign. You won this match, Naruto said as he began to descend. Has the conflict been resolved? I believe so. I believe Naruto has relinquished his pursuit. The crowd then burst into applause for the impressive battle. Naruto kept his eyes shut, yet he could sense Mereoleona's gaze fixed upon him. I wonder how much you've improved. Naruto pondered, opening one eye to glance at her. Now that is concluded, I extend a warm welcome to Augustus Kira, the esteemed ruler of the Clover Kingdom. Julius declared. Things escalated quickly. The individuals who were causing a disturbance responded with lackluster applause. He confidently revealed the location of the EOTMS base and mentioned a group of individuals who will be chosen to infiltrate, known as the Royal Knights. After the king finished speaking, Julius took Naruto and Yuno aside to deliver a speech that Naruto wasn't interested in. During the speech, Naruto found himself captivated by thoughts of Mereoleona. Her mastery of fire, unparalleled hand-to-hand combat skills, and superior strength compared to all the captains. After all these years, he finally gets the opportunity to confront her. After Julius spoke with them, Naruto, Asta, and Yuno made their way to where the Crimson Lion was. She was passionately reprimanding her squad for their 5th place ranking in this year's ceremony. When Naruto reached the bottom, everyone's gaze fell upon him, including Mereoleona. He exuded a certain air of professionalism, and his eyes, dark as coal, appeared devoid of any emotion. After glancing at Naruto briefly, she returned to expressing her frustration with her squad. Once she finished venting, she announced that they would be engaging in hot spring training. It was evident that the 3 individuals present were no match for her prowess. With a swift motion, she effortlessly seized their heads in her lion-like grip. However, to everyone's surprise, Naruto vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of smoke. Unprofessional. You can't escape indefinitely, Mereoleona declared, her grip tightening around Asta's and Yuno's heads. The genuine Naruto was with the other captains at the bar. Yami was thoroughly enjoying himself, finding amusement in the company of the captains. Despite Naruto's lack of involvement, he sensed a strong sense of hostility directed at him. He soon discovered that it was due to an unfortunate choice in hairstyle. Naruto decided to have a quick drink before Mereoleona arrived, so he brushed it off. This only fueled Nozzle's anger when he noticed. During the intense confrontation between Yami and Nozzle, a bartender swiftly placed a refreshing green drink in front of Nozzle. However, before he could even reach for it, Naruto, with lightning-fast reflexes, snatched the drink and quickly consumed it. "Pretty good," Naruto remarked as he sipped on the green beverage. After witnessing Naruto taking his drink, Nozzle's frustration grew and he ready to spell. However, the bartender kindly intervened and offered him another drink. Naruto's gaze landed on the drink, causing Nozzle to feel a mix of unease and frustration. Without hesitation, he swiftly grabbed the drink and downed it in one gulp. He forcefully placed the glass on the counter, causing it to shatter. He shot a stern look at Naruto, who remained unfazed. Nozzle intensified his gaze, exuding an aura of power towards Naruto. Naruto, unfazed, remained unaffected by the intense energy emanating from Nozzle. Throughout their training sessions, Akira always approached with a serious and focused demeanor. He would often project an intense aura of determination, pushing the user to become accustomed to it. Noticing Mereoleona's proximity to the bar, he opted to play a prank on Nozzle. He refused to be taken advantage of and simply let it slide. He considered eliminating him, but he still required something from the Clover Kingdom. Therefore, he refrained from taking a life, although he believed a subtle manipulation of the mind could be beneficial. "I have a question for you, Nozzle," Naruto said, capturing everyone's attention. "What are your thoughts on the relationship between me and your sister?" After realizing that Naruto was serious, Nozzle's eyes turned a fiery shade of red. Yami chuckled. Saul and Charlotte had a subtle hint of color on their cheeks. Dorothy remained fast asleep, and Kaiser simply observed Naruto and Nozzle. Nozzle then regained his composure. He realized that Naruto was attempting to provoke him, but he was confident that Noelle would never choose someone of lower status. He consistently emphasized it to her throughout her entire life, but when a boy enters the picture, he is confident that she won't defy him. "I don't know why I was getting so stressed. Noelle would never associate herself with someone she deems beneath her. I should have you reprimanded for such claims," Nozzle said, looking at Naruto with disdain. "Execute me? Why is that? Is it not possible for you to handle it on your own? I appreciate your understanding." "Beneath me," Naruto said with a chilling glare that made Nozzle shudder. Prior to any response to Naruto's statement, the door swung open, revealing the arrival of Mereoleona. Naruto swiftly finished his drink and departed. "Thanks for the drinks, Julius," Naruto said quietly. He didn't receive a response, but he could tell that Julius was taken aback. "I had no idea you enjoyed a drink," Mereoleona remarked, observing Naruto as he finished his beverage. "Gotta find a way to occupy ourselves," Naruto remarked, gazing into her captivating blue eyes. They are speaking as if they have been acquainted for a long time. Everyone had the same thought. "Are you intending to abduct me as well?" Naruto inquired, while Mereoleona simply gazed back at him. "I suppose?" Naruto's head was firmly grasped by the lion paw. Mereoleona swiftly took hold of Yami and Charlotte, but just as they were about to depart, Noelle appeared in sight. Upon witnessing the situation, she became utterly perplexed. Casting a disdainful and resentful gaze at her brother, Nozzle, all of his rage dissipated, leaving behind a sense of bewilderment. Mereoleona then took hold of Noelle as well. While they were leaving the bar, Nozzle uttered a remark. "Are you and that person in a relationship?" Nozzle inquired, his gaze fixed on Noelle. Mereoleona paused, ready to provide her response. Noelle remained silent as Mereoleona continued her stride. Despite Nozzle's attempts to get her attention, Noelle chose not to respond or acknowledge his presence. What has happened to her? Nozzle pondered to himself. Upon arriving at the volcano trail, Mereoleona delivered a professional speech while the rest of the group dispersed. Naruto, on the other hand, had an important matter to attend to before making his way to the summit. Many people observed that Naruto showed no signs of exhaustion or heavy breathing. His ability to withstand fire was truly remarkable. They couldn't fathom the intense training he must have undergone. As everyone raced towards the summit of the volcano, Mereoleona and Naruto found themselves standing alone. They exchanged a brief glance before a mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face. "What's amusing? Is there a specific reason for your delay?" Mereoleona inquired. Is it inappropriate to desire to spend time with your spouse? Naruto inquired, eliciting laughter from Mereoleona. Is there something amusing about what I said? Naruto inquired, curious about Mereoleona's laughter. It's been a while since we last met, but you still possess remarkable determination, Mereoleona remarked as they locked eyes with one another. 10 years ago, I encountered this individual. They physically assaulted me, but I achieved my desired outcome. 10 years ago, so what are you up to? Akira asked Naruto, who was busy packing some items. I'm going on a trip, Naruto replied, almost done with his packing. Going on a trip? Where are you going? Akira inquired. He was unsure of what to do, Naruto mentioned, as he prepared for his journey by packing food. To locate my spouse, Naruto stated, gazing up at Akira. Who is this wife, exactly? Akira asked, questioning Naruto's sanity. Mereoleona Vermilion, Naruto replied. Vermilion? A distinguished lineage. Are you certain about your decision to pursue her? I've heard that she has a reputation for being intense, assertive, powerful, and extremely passionate about combat. Akira's comment made Naruto smirk. That's what impresses me about her. A lioness that nobody could control except for me, Naruto said confidently, a smile gracing his face. How did you come across Mereoleona? Their family is in the capital, we are in the forest, Akira said, glancing at Naruto. While I was sleeping, I heard her name in my dreams, Naruto said to Akira. Naruto was spouting nonsense. He never harbored such an aspiration. He desired to complete this task promptly, in order to alleviate future workload. Despite being aware of the potential risks involved, he proceeded with the task. There is a potential danger of him being harmed either by her or by the wild animals in the forest she is currently in. He was unaware of the specific forest she was located in and lacked knowledge on how to reach her. That's what he might say if he didn't possess his exceptional sensory abilities. So, you had a dream about this woman, and now you're considering marrying her? Akira asked, clearly perplexed. He was unaware of the thoughts swirling within the young boy's mind. In summary, Naruto said as he completed the task of packing his belongings. You're a strange one, Akira remarks as he observes Naruto assuming a lotus position. Mana Zone. Enhanced sensory abilities. Naruto's sensory abilities were enhanced, surpassing all others. Naruto understands Mereoleona's preference for challenging opponents and takes it upon himself to identify the animals that would pose a worthy challenge for her. He had an exceptional understanding of the subject. After conducting a brief search, he stumbled upon a land emanating a vibrant orange flame. Naruto determined that is where she is. He carefully took note of his surroundings and opened his eyes. He gazed upon the familiar forest before him. That seems quite far from our current location. Naruto pondered while scratching his head. Naruto prepared himself by slinging his bag over his shoulder, ready to embark on his journey. You were being sincere about that? Akira asked, noticing that Naruto was about to depart. I'm leaving, Naruto said as he started to walk away. A 6-year-old boy pondered about finding Mereoleona, his future wife. Sure, whatever, stay safe while you're out there. As if you'd be interested, Naruto remarked from a considerable distance. As he strolled through the forest, his pace gradually increased to a brisk jog, and eventually escalated to a full-speed sprint. He was incredibly efficient, even at his advanced age, moving with such speed that he became a blur to those who weren't accustomed to his pace. His footsteps on the grass were completely silent. Throughout the entire ordeal, Naruto maintained a stoic expression on his face. The journey would be arduous and upon arrival, the risk of mortality was significant. Not only because of the animals, but also due to Mereoleona. However, he merely smirked. What is life without embracing challenges? While sprinting at full speed, Naruto detected both animals and beast creatures. He was able to swiftly bypass them, but he and Akira had already begun eliminating them. A skilled individual emerged in a tree, stealthily tracking their target. He decided to take on all of them simultaneously, despite the lack of wisdom in doing so. Who is he trying to avoid facing head-on? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Naruto skillfully leapt from the branch, soaring through the air, unleashing a formidable fireball. The professional creatures absorb the majority of the impact, resulting in a cacophony of piercing cries. I already know. Naruto pondered in the air. He listened attentively to the scream, but he needed to confirm that they weren't summoning assistance. When Naruto made contact with the ground, his eyes transformed into a deep shade of crimson. The animals and beast creatures displayed aggressive behavior. The animals were unfriendly towards the beast creatures, and the beast creatures were unfriendly towards the red-eyed boy. Understood. Intended puns aside, it appears that the animals were being targeted by the beast creatures. Based on the injuries they have sustained, it appears that they were involved in some sort of altercation, for sustenance and survival. The creatures with multiple eyes were staring intensely at Naruto, emanating a strong sense of danger. Naruto had a smile on his face. The boy with dark hair noticed the twitch of the beast creature's leg, indicating that it was preparing to strike. Prior to the beast creature launching its attack, the boy swiftly materialized to the left of it, delivering a powerful kick that sent it hurtling into a nearby tree. The other two individuals rushed towards him, but Naruto skillfully executed a backflip to evade their attacks. During the encounter, he skillfully launched several fireballs towards his adversaries. As he was about to touch the ground, he skillfully utilized his fire magic to ignite the soles of his feet. His feet burst into flames, launching him back into the air. When this occurred, he launched dramatic fireballs at the individual in the tree. At this stage, the boy came to the realization that no assistance was on its way. He would have detected any signs of it. It was evident that the animals were feeling fearful. They were eager to flee, but found themselves immobilized. They observed with fear as this seemingly insignificant creature effortlessly dealt with three opponents they were struggling with. They quickly recognized the distinction and influence and were filled with dread. They appeared visibly shaken and had their heads lowered. Naruto noticed the dark mark on the grass where he had burned it. He noticed that the fur of the beast creature was ablaze, and there were burnt marks on the tree. The boy skillfully landed several meters away from the menacing creatures. He had his attention focused on the two individuals, while observing the one perched in the tree. The creature leapt into the air, with the intention of striking Naruto's head. Naruto had anticipated its arrival, and as soon as he detected its presence right behind him, a mischievous smile spread across his face. With a commanding presence, a swirl of flames engulfed his body as he tightly clenched his fist. He bent his knees, with the flames encircling him, engulfing his hand and forearm. He leapt into the air, wielding a formidable blaze in his grasp. With a skilled maneuver, he delivers an uppercut to the beastly creature. Shoryuken. Naruto skillfully delivers a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen, maintaining his composure as he strategically utilizes his fire magic to cause a devastating explosion within its body. Prior to the disintegration of its body, Naruto made a strategic retreat to avoid any potential blood splatter. Naruto gazed at the sun, aware that time was slipping away. With efficiency, he swiftly dealt with the remaining two beast creatures. The animals were even more frightened by how effortlessly he handled them. Naruto picked up his bag and approached them. He noticed their trembling and the wounds they had sustained. He gently placed a hand on them and skillfully began to heal their wounds. They were perplexed when the pain they were experiencing vanished. Following that, Naruto proceeded with his quest to locate Mereoleona. Naruto spent the entire day running, only pausing occasionally to eliminate dangerous creatures and stay hydrated. After 6 days, he found himself venturing into yet another forest, where he could feel the presence of powerful beings. He seemed disinterested in resolving the conflict at the moment, as his main concern was finding a river to cleanse himself along the journey. He had a strong odor. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to find a bath. He had important matters to attend to, such as the boar standing before him. The boar appeared to be quite famished as well. The boy scratched his head while tossing his bag. The boar's attention was drawn to the bag. His greatest error was diverting his attention from the young child. Naruto skillfully positioned himself beneath the boar, utilizing the strength in his leg muscles. With his exceptional skills, he effortlessly launched the boar into the air, showcasing his extraordinary strength enhanced by magic. Naruto displayed impressive agility as he effortlessly leapt into the air and delivered a powerful axe kick to the boar. The boar's eyes bulged from its sockets as it crashed forcefully into the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Naruto could sense that it had perished, so he saw no need to continue dealing with it. Naruto landed on the ground with complete silence. he grabbed his bag and ventured further into the forest. At this point, he wasn't even searching for her at the moment, he simply desired to relax in a bath. He utilized his senses in an attempt to locate water. As he ventured further into the forest, he encountered several additional boars. A more powerful version than the previous one. However, amidst his battle, he became momentarily unfocused, resulting in a baby boar seizing the opportunity to devour his bag when he carelessly placed it aside. He took some time before locating water. He observed a decrease in the number of boars as he ventured further into the forest. Furthermore, as he delved further, the potency of the mana increased. He was not acquainted with her signature, as they had never crossed paths before. However, he took a risk by coming here. After a considerable amount of walking, Naruto came across a clearing. He noticed the sound of running water. Above all, the mana he sensed was crystal clear. It was located just behind those trees. As he strolled by, he noticed a majestic waterfall, its cascading waters shrouded in a gentle mist. What caught his attention was the ginger woman in the midst of it. She shifted her attention to meet his gaze. She let out a deep breath and ran her fingers through her hair. What was a child doing out here? "What are you doing out here, young one?" the woman with orange hair inquired as she turned her head back around. "I am here to locate my spouse." The child's response brought a smile to her face. "Best of luck with that. Be careful and stay safe," the woman said as she resumed bathing. "I believe that's you," Naruto remarked, causing the woman to burst into laughter. "You have the audacity to say that to me. However, due to your lack of experience and inability to defeat me, you will never earn my respect as an equal," Mereoleona said, exuding a strong presence to intimidate the young one. Impressively, he remained in place, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "A kid like you standing up against my killing intent, quite impressive," Mereoleona remarked with a barely surprised expression. "So, does that mean you're willing to marry me?" the boy asked, which made her scoff. "If you can defeat me in a battle to the end, you will prove yourself deserving of being my partner," the woman with orange hair said, making him smile. "Can we engage in a confrontation at this moment?" the boy inquired with caution. Naruto understood the gravity of his situation, realizing that a single mistake in his words could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, he was determined to assess the extent of the challenge ahead. He hadn't intended to engage in a fight to the death, you see. He was interested in assessing her current strength level. "Are you challenging me? You have courage, young one, but certainly, I am prepared to engage in a confrontation with you. It's of no concern to me if you meet an unfortunate fate." Mereoleona emerged from the water, exuding confidence. She was completely exposed to Naruto. Externally, his facial expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he was consumed by the indelible image imprinted in his mind. Naruto skillfully activated his Sharingan. He was determined not to let that opportunity slip away. Remains unaffected when encountering a nude woman. He possesses a determined nature. The woman dressed herself and prepared to confront the boy. It would be a grave error to not activate his Sharingan at the beginning. Mereoleona smiled as she observed him in his fighting stance. She didn't pay much attention to his eyes since people have eyes of various colors. Now they were locked in a fierce gaze, both exuding a strong determination to win. A lion made of mana enveloped him, causing a sensation of suffocation. However, Naruto was far from being easily defeated. Mereoleona found his aura captivating, piquing her interest. She assumed her position and readied herself for a confrontation. After a brief moment, she lunged towards Naruto. The woman vanishes from his view, but the black-haired boy skillfully defends against the punch thanks to his exceptional abilities. A woman with orange hair suddenly appeared next to the boy, delivering a forceful blow to his cheek. Naruto attempted to defend against the punch, but the opponent's strength proved to be greater than his own. She effortlessly overcame his defense, causing him to collide with the trees. When he crashed into the trees, a significant cloud of dust was created. After the chaos settled, Naruto emerged, bearing a few injuries and blood trickling from his mouth. He cleaned the blood from his mouth and examined it. He returned his arm to his side, then forcefully expelled a mouthful of blood. He noticed Mereoleona's presence and seized the chance to retaliate. Naruto skillfully swung his arm upwards, unleashing a blazing trail of fire towards his target. He executed this action with both arms, releasing them at separate intervals. Mereoleona expertly neutralized the oncoming fire with her own flames. She then nullified the other one. Just as she was about to nullify it, Naruto emerged behind her, poised to strike. Regrettably, the woman was already prepared for this outcome and retaliated by taking his fire to the back. She remained composed even when it burned her. The scene unfolded in a mesmerizing manner as the boy launched his assault, with flames engulfing her clenched fist. The boy with black hair was already familiar with this. He was concerned about the safety of his clothes. Due to the unfortunate incident with the boar, he managed to salvage a pair of pants, which was quite fortunate. Kalido's Brachium Naruto swiftly transitioned from an aggressive stance to a more defensive position, mid-air. This was a task that required a high level of expertise. Even Mereoleona was impressed, although she didn't reveal it. Naruto employed his expertise to enhance his defenses. Despite his reluctance, he preferred to enhance his physical strength through means other than magic. It became clear that he had to enhance his abilities. When the woman's fist made contact with his forearm, it shattered the barrier and consumed him in a blaze. He didn't seem to be bothered at the moment by the fire burning him. His main concern was how she managed to breach his defenses. He utilized supernatural abilities to assist him. He soon came to the realization that he was up against the most formidable opponent in Black Clover. He had to treat her seriously, just as he had done before. This woman would continue to grow in her abilities and achievements over the years. Amidst the intense flames, he found himself surrounded by a lack of joy on her countenance. It appeared that she was not having a good time. It seemed as though she had reservations about causing harm to a child. Who does he think he is fooling? She has the capability to overpower a child if necessary. She appeared disinterested, lacking any signs of enthusiasm. He bowed his head and the flames surrounding him dissipated. Surrounded by a powerful white aura, he exuded an undeniable sense of magic. I suppose it's time for me to give it my all. Water magic, twin dragons. Naruto skillfully leapt backwards, strategically creating space between himself and his opponent. He then leapt into the air as water materialized around his legs. Naruto launched a swift kick in the direction of Mereoleona. Two water dragons swiftly emerged from his legs, heading straight towards the woman. They were efficient and effective. 4 lion paws intervened just in time, preventing them from devouring her. She effortlessly eliminated each of them with a single punch. Naruto swiftly charged at the woman, moving with incredible speed. He moved with remarkable speed, almost like teleportation. One moment he was several meters away from her, then suddenly he appeared right in front of her. Naruto launched a powerful punch at her, only to have it swiftly blocked by her own punch. Mereoleona quickly noticed the increase in strength from just a few moments ago, and couldn't help but smile. She experienced a slight, numbing sensation in her arm when they collided. Displaying her impressive martial arts skills, Naruto gracefully leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards her opponent's chin. Naruto had to leap upwards as the height difference between them made it impossible for him to reach her with his legs. The woman with red hair effortlessly evaded the kick, leaning back slightly. As Naruto soared through the air, Mereoleona's fist blazed with fiery intensity as she unleashed a powerful overhead strike. Naruto was knocked down by a powerful punch, causing a significant impact on the ground beneath him. He had some teeth that were not present and his face was covered in blood. This pain had a distinct quality. Naruto lingered in the crater for a few moments before leaping out. He moved his tongue to the area where the missing teeth were and could already sense them regenerating. Upon witnessing his spitting, Mereoleona observed the remarkable regrowth of his teeth. She expertly assembled the pieces. He possessed impressive regenerative abilities, which made it difficult for her to restrain herself. She had a wide smile on her face as she vanished and reappeared next to Naruto. She delivered a powerful blow to his cheek, causing him to be propelled through the air. She suddenly materialized in front of Naruto just as he was about to collide with another cluster of trees. She struck him in the mouth and nose, causing severe damage to his nose and resulting in the loss of additional teeth. The boy with black hair collided with more trees, his consciousness slipping away. He understood that surrendering meant he would never be regarded as her mate, even if he succeeded in defeating her. The boy utilized fire on the soles of his feet, propelling himself towards the woman with incredible speed. She attempted to strike him once more, but Naruto skillfully evaded the attack. With expertise, he effortlessly soared through the air, skillfully positioning himself upside down. She utilized fire magic to enhance her descent speed. When he was near her, he ceased using his fire and executed a front flip. Using his full strength, he delivers a powerful attack, aiming directly for her head. Rolling thunder as he approaches her, she can't help but feel a strange sense of unease emanating from the boy. She had a wide smile on her face, something she hadn't experienced in a while. She skillfully summoned her lion paws and expertly coated her arms in the mesmerizing power of fire magic. She confidently crossed her arms and raised them above her head, anticipating his strike. Despite her ability to evade the punch and unleash a series of attacks on him, she was curious to test his mettle. She made the decision to confront the attack directly. She understood it wouldn't harm her, but she hadn't experienced enjoyment like this in quite some time, particularly with a young child. Naruto skillfully enveloped his leg, extending all the way up to his knee. With the power of fire magic, his leg had a vibrant orange hue as he aimed towards her head. When the kick connected with her head, it caused a powerful impact and left a noticeable indentation around Mereoleona. Both fires were put out immediately upon contact. Both parties remained stationary. Her forearm bore the mark of Naruto's heel, although it was merely an exaggeration. After a few moments, Naruto carefully moved himself backwards. Upon his action, Mereoleona let her guard down. He noticed that she had a head injury and was bleeding. When she gazed at him, there was no trace of anger or hatred in her eyes. She was filled with sheer enthusiasm, evident in her eyes. "It has been quite some time since I last witnessed my own blood. Allow me to demonstrate something that few have lived to recount," Mereoleona stated, a broad smile stretching across her face. In that moment, Naruto's instincts were alerting him to the imminent danger that would result in his demise if he chose to remain. His instincts urged him to flee as quickly as he could. Her smile was stained with blood, the only reaction she displayed. He was prepared for what lay ahead. If he were to engage in such behavior at this moment, it would forever label him as lacking courage. However, that was merely his ego speaking. He displayed a remarkable level of confidence as he faced danger head-on, undeterred by the potential risks to his life. He arrived with a clear goal in mind, and if he were to retreat at this point, all of his efforts would be in vain. Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Barrage. From every direction, Naruto was bombarded with a relentless barrage of scorching attacks. He lacked the necessary skills to evade, defend, or retaliate. Naruto was being thoroughly defeated, as if he had committed a serious offense. He experienced intense physical discomfort, with sensations of his skull cracking, bones breaking, and organs under pressure. Above all, he sensed his consciousness waning, growing more potent than ever. However, he resisted the urge to surrender. Never surrender. He had come so far, and he wasn't about to give up now. After approximately 50 seconds, the relentless onslaught of attacks finally ceased. After the attacks ceased, Mereoleona anticipated his demise. However, he remained on his feet. She was impressed by his determination to keep fighting, but upon closer inspection, she realized he had passed out while still standing. He collapsed while standing, Mereoleona muttered as she approached him. Upon doing so, she detected an unpleasant odor and instinctively covered her nose. "You could benefit from a bath," the woman with orange hair remarked as she walked away from him. After approximately 2 hours, Naruto regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. He noticed Mereoleona's continued dedication to her training. She glanced over at him, noticing that he was awake, and paused her training. She approached him because he appeared to be disoriented. "Surviving an attack like that from me. Not many can claim that accomplishment," Mereoleona praised. "Thanks, does this imply that you will marry me?" Naruto inquired. "You still haven't managed to defeat me in a death battle," Mereoleona said with a confident smile. "In 10 years, I will emerge victorious in a fierce battle, and you will be mine," Naruto declared with unwavering resolve shining in his eyes. "I appreciate your commitment, young one. However, please freshen up as there is a noticeable odor," Mereoleona stated, her smile fading slightly. Naruto reluctantly complied, but when he reached his pants, he hesitated for a moment. He was just 6 years old and his portion size was small. However, He eventually removed his garments and made his way towards the waterfall. He entered the room, and right behind him was Mereoleona. It left a lasting impression on him. They had a brief conversation while bathing and then got out. When they did, Naruto carefully observed her. "Do you find this appealing?" Mereoleona inquired, noticing his gaze on her physique. She didn't seem upset, she actually found it amusing. Displaying a childish demeanor, he turned his head and ignited his face with the power of fire magic. Due to the unfortunate incident of losing his bag, Naruto found himself without a shirt, having only managed to salvage a pair of pants. Mereoleona observed his physique and noted that it appeared quite well developed for someone of his young age. He had an impressive muscle-to-fat ratio. Naruto noticed her looking at him and smiled. Like what you see, both he and Mereoleona chuckled together. Following that, they dedicated 2 weeks to training. "I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill your request." They engaged in a relentless battle for the entire 2 weeks, pushing each other to the point of exhaustion. Without a doubt, Naruto was defeated in every battle. His survival is solely attributed to his remarkable regeneration ability. Upon his return to Akira's house, he was warmly greeted by him. At first sight, it was evident that Naruto had significantly increased his strength. "Did you find the person you were searching for?" Akira inquired. "Yes, I did," Naruto replied, sounding a little fatigued. "How did it go?" Akira inquired, sensing his fatigue. "She physically assaulted me. I've never witnessed her true potential during our time together. Undoubtedly, she will not hesitate when you two meet again." End of flashback. A battle to the death. "Give it your all or face the consequences," Naruto said with a serious expression. With his intense, unwavering gaze, he possessed a chilling aura that hinted at a dark past. There was a sense of detachment in his eyes, as if he had seen things that most couldn't fathom. He seemed capable of committing unspeakable acts without hesitation, even if it meant harming someone close to him. "Take your own advice. Let's see how much you've improved in these past 10 years. Mereoleona said, her demeanor exuding a fierce determination and an intense desire for battle. Naruto sensed a powerful, primal energy emanating from her. He began exuding a strong sense of determination and readiness for combat. Those who were on the trail could sense it. They were curious about what Naruto did to upset her. However, they quickly realized that the overwhelming desire to kill overshadowed their thirst for battle. It instilled a sense of fear in the majority of them. They were aware of Naruto's penchant for combat and Mereoleona's aggressive nature, but the intensity of their hostility was undeniable. Their intensity is reminiscent of a climactic showdown between adversaries. Even the captains were observing the two individuals. Sisgolian and Naruto on the verge of a heated confrontation. "Any thoughts on who might have the upper hand, my dear Charlotte?" Yami inquired casually, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Their conflict is of no concern to me. If they choose to engage in violence, I have no interest in the outcome," Charlotte stated, although deep down, she couldn't help but feel anxious about Naruto. "You're not very entertaining," Yami remarked with a sigh as he continued to observe the standoff. "What are you doing attempting to engage in conflict with that woman?" Charlotte thought as she concealed the troubled expression on her face. Author's note: I don't want to hear what others think, and I'm sure you all want to jump into the argument, so. Naruto took the initiative and swiftly launched an attack, landing a solid punch on Mereoleona's cheek. He was not holding back at all. She soared through the air, crashing into the jagged rocks just a few meters away from him. With fearless determination, she plowed through the fiery lava monsters, leaving gaping holes in their stomachs. She was slightly thrown off balance by the punch. Despite being aware of Naruto's increased strength, she was taken aback by the sheer force of his attack. He had become more proficient over the course of a decade, causing her heart to quicken. She was becoming increasingly enthusiastic, evident by the radiant smile on her face. Prior to the collision with the rocks, she utilized the air as a means to propel herself back towards Naruto. Her hand was surrounded by vibrant orange flames, with subtle hints of blue flickering around it. After Naruto departed from the forest, she dedicated herself to even more rigorous training than before. She was aware that Naruto would surpass her in strength in the future. She intensified her training to the point of exhaustion every time. She was aware that her time with Naruto would be limited, as he would soon surpass her in skill. So, when the time came and they fought again, she was determined to make him suffer before she accepted defeat. She was well aware of the outcome of their battle before it even began, but she refused to let that affect her mindset. That experience has inspired me to become even more resilient. Naruto was enveloped in a powerful aura, radiating a brilliant light that seemed to consume everything in its path. This was the first instance where Naruto unleashed his complete potential. When he punched Mereoleona, it was intended to cause severe damage, potentially resulting in a significant impact on her head. Seems like she has become more powerful than she was in the original story. Naruto made that assumption based on his professional estimation of her strength in canon, and applied the appropriate amount of force to shatter her skull. She may have been in a critical condition, but Naruto would use his healing abilities to save her. Naruto sensed a peculiar surge of anticipation as Mereoleona approached him, fully prepared to eliminate him. He was feeling a rush of excitement and there was a possibility of becoming dependent. Once Mereoleona was in close proximity, she suddenly materialized beside Naruto and delivered a forceful punch to his ribs. She forcefully struck him in the face. However, Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. She experienced a brief moment of confusion, followed by a strong instinct urging her to evade. She glanced over her shoulder and noticed Naruto swiftly aiming a kick towards her ribs. She noticed a subtle change in the air around his leg as he moved. She understood that accepting this blow would have negative consequences for her ability to fight. With incredible speed and precision, she effortlessly halted the incoming kick using her impressive reflexes. She successfully halted the kick, however, she could still sense the force of the wind against her side. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he witnessed his attack being successfully halted. He had no intention of going easy on her, but he recognized the seriousness of her kick and knew he had to stop it. Naruto skillfully expanded his aura, effortlessly nullifying the lion's paws. When they had a moment of freedom, both he and Mereoleona launched their attack simultaneously. Both of them were struck, causing the other to be sent flying. Naruto swiftly regained his composure and appeared in front of Mereoleona, launching a rapid series of punches at her. His punches were incredibly swift, leaving only a blur in their wake. After just 6 seconds, Mereoleona unleashed her powerful aura. It was quite warm, but Naruto was able to handle it without any issues. Another reason for his retreat was to protect his clothing from being burned. "You have definitely improved your strength, but that alone won't be sufficient to defeat me," Mereoleona declared, swiftly appearing before Naruto and unleashing a relentless flurry of punches. Naruto then began to retaliate with impressive speed, leaving behind afterimages and a confident grin on their faces. Several hits managed to penetrate the remaining defenses. Naruto had blood coming from his mouth, while Mereoleona was bleeding from her head and mouth. Naruto then heard something that nearly ended his life. Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Barrage, AN. If you see this spell for anyone other than Naruto, they mention the spell name. Only Naruto says his in his head. Naruto swiftly responded, utilizing the Susanoo ribcage to shield himself from the incoming attacks. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Naruto detected a faint sound of a fracture emanating from the ribcage. This individual, although he wasn't directly under attack, he could still feel a certain discomfort in his body. After the attacks ceased, Mereoleona observed that he emerged unscathed. He was shielded by the unusual blue ribcage. Naruto deactivated the ribcage and formed a wood clone. "It's time to put an end to this," Naruto declared in a professional manner as the wood clone initiated its assault on Naruto. As Naruto readied his attack, Mereoleona focused on dealing with his clone. He has the ability to create duplicates of himself. What if this is an imposter and not the genuine person? Mereoleona considered it briefly, but ultimately dismissed the idea. As she was involved in a fierce battle, the clone unleashed 3 purple fireballs towards her, but she skillfully evaded them. "Purple, this color is unfamiliar to me. It appears that he dedicated himself to mastering his fire attribute. Looks like I have to do the same." Her mana expanded and underwent a transformation in its hue. The color was beginning to shift towards a blue hue. Mereoleona achieved a remarkable feat by harnessing blue fire without relying on Mana Zone assistance. At the moment, it didn't matter because she still had 2 Narutos to deal with. Upon observing the ominous clouds above her, she quickly became aware of the situation. The lightning gracefully moves through the dark clouds. She then observed Naruto, who wore a cheerful expression. In addition, His arm was raised in the air. His hand crackled with electricity and, without warning, Naruto swiftly lowered his arm. Kirin, a majestic dragon of lightning, descended from the clouds. Mereoleona was the target of the dragon's attack. Those who witnessed it were completely taken aback. The lightning moved at a remarkable speed, surpassing even the power of magic, due to its genuine nature. With the lightning dragon closing in, she summoned all her expertise and exerted her utmost power through her arms. Using her expertise and skill, she successfully prevented the creature from devouring her by forcefully keeping its jaws wide open. Despite her best efforts, she is struggling to accomplish it. Naruto utilized a significant amount of his mana to bring it into existence. He anticipated her to put an end to it, but this would mark her downfall. Using her impressive fire magic, she skillfully directed a powerful blast towards the creature, preventing it from devouring her. Mereoleona unleashed a powerful roar as she channeled her fiery magic into the dragon. Then, a massive explosion occurred, causing fire and lightning to rapidly spread throughout the volcano. Both Naruto and Mereoleona suffered the most injuries as they were in close proximity to the explosion. However, everyone else only sustained minor injuries. After the explosion subsided, Mereoleona emerged, standing tall. Only her eyeballs were visible, indicating that she had lost consciousness. Despite her injuries, she maintained a positive demeanor. Naruto approached Mereoleona with confidence and gently touched her chest. He proceeded to provide her with professional care. After a short while, all her injuries were fully healed, and she would regain consciousness soon. Naruto then addressed the remaining onlookers with a loud voice. "You've had sufficient rest. Complete the trail before nightfall or suffer the repercussions." The commanding tone in his voice compelled everyone to resume running the trail. "Your speech could benefit from some improvement," Mereoleona remarked from behind him. "You appear quite disheveled," Naruto remarked, observing the bloodied state of Mereoleona. "You're quite the expert," Mereoleona said, with a light smile. "Let's go there. It would be unfortunate if we criticized them and ended up being the last ones," Naruto said. "I suppose you're correct," Mereoleona acknowledged as she made her way towards the hot spring. "How about we have a bath together like we used to?" Naruto suggested as he started walking behind her. "I'm curious to know what others will think about a man and a woman bathing together," Mereoleona said, smirking. "The men may feel envious, while the women may have reservations about it," Naruto casually remarked, his hands resting behind his head. After that, they quickly ascended to the summit of the volcano, leaving the others behind. They encountered the captains there. "Finished with your little skirmish, are we? I must say, I was quite entertained," Yami remarked, observing the arrival of both Naruto and Mereoleona. "Yeah, sure. You were deeply concerned about your squadmate," Charlotte said, surprising everyone. She had a serious demeanor. Naruto gazed at her with a sense of curiosity. After conversing for a while, they patiently awaited the arrival of the others. Noel noticed Naruto's appearance, with dried-up blood, and grew concerned. However, he offered her a comforting smile that helped her relax. After expressing their disappointment with the lion's tardiness, they were all allowed to enjoy the hot springs. Soon, the water began to fill the hole in the ground. "Okay, everyone, please remove your clothing," Mereoleona instructed, gesturing towards them. While the others hesitated and were reluctant to do so in front of each other, Naruto took the initiative and began undressing. The others stared at him in disbelief. They were taken aback when he began removing his clothes in front of everyone. "What?" Naruto inquired, removing his shirt. His well-toned physique is visible for all to admire. He then turned his attention to Mereoleona, who was observing his physique. He approached her and spoke softly to her. "Do you find it appealing?" She clenched her fist and attempted to strike him, but he skillfully evaded her attack. Everyone else was curious about the precise words he used. "Are you seriously undressing in front of the girls?" Asta inquired, observing him removing his clothes. Naruto observed his surroundings and noticed many girls gazing at him. He then turned his attention to Asta and spoke. "It appears that they derive pleasure from it, that fortunate individual. How is he able to bathe with the women?" One member of the Crimson Lions mentioned that someone was missing from the men's side. Naruto managed to persuade his way into the women's bath. Naruto was relaxing in the water next to Mereoleona, enjoying a moment of tranquility with his eyes closed. He managed to gain access to the women's bath through his charm. Hey, Naruto. Would you like to join me for a drink? Mereoleona asked, extending the cup towards him. Naruto graciously accepted the cup and took a sip. There were some positive aspects. He returned the cup to Mereoleona, who proceeded to drink from it. Mereoleona glanced down at the water below and couldn't help but smile. What's so amusing? Naruto inquired, his eyes gently shut. It's larger than I recall. It used to be quite small. Before she could finish, Naruto interjected. What are you attempting to convey? Naruto inquired, his gaze fixed on her with a single eye. Since we are close, we need to prepare for a child, Mereoleona said with a casual expression. During their time in the hot springs, Naruto and Mereoleona engaged in conversation and enjoyed some drinks. Feeling that his presence was unnecessary, Saul began to voice his objections to being included with the girls. Naruto completely disregarded everything she said, which only served to further infuriate her. It appears that she may have overlooked her state of undress, as she proceeded to engage in a physical altercation with Naruto. Naruto skillfully evaded the relentless barrage of attacks, even as they continued to rain down upon her in the water. Naruto then confidently stood up, revealing himself for all the girls to see. Everyone who saw it turned red, except for Mereoleona. She chuckled at the reactions of those around her. She viewed it as a vulnerability for the girls that could potentially be exploited in combat. Saul insulted him and continued to curse at him. He noticed that she frequently glanced over, just like the other girls. Upon resuming his seat, he received an unexpected blow to the head from a lion's paw. Mereoleona inquired, "What were you attempting to accomplish?" Naruto simply smirked in response to the question. He then replied with, "What, are you envious?" She aggressively confronted him, to which he skillfully evaded. Soon after, individuals on the opposite side of the barrier attempted to scale it. While Naruto found it strange, Leopold was also attempting to scale the wall. Wasn't his sibling over the wall? They were unsuccessful in their attempt to catch the attention of the girls. After successfully overcoming the obstacle, the girls decisively defeated their opponents. As the girls delivered their blows, Naruto observed their playful nature with amusement. He didn't watch for a brief period of time. He may become the focus of their attention. He refused to be a passive target, unlike the typical AP. After the incident, they disposed of the unconscious person by tossing them over the wall. Resuming her seat, Mereoleona indulged in another round of sake. Naruto then gently placed his hand on her backside and gave it a gentle squeeze. Noticing she seemed surprised but took no action, he proceeded to touch her buttocks. She appears to be idle. Naruto contemplated his mortality as he cautiously moved forward. Under the water, Naruto shifted his hand from her buttocks to her slit. She experienced a sensation that sent shivers down her spine. Noticing the slippery texture on his finger, he positioned his finger above her urethra. He skillfully moved his hand in a circular motion, providing pleasurable stimulation. Naruto noticed her concealing her satisfaction beneath her nonchalant expression. He noticed a slight blush on her face. Naruto then gently applied pressure, causing her body to tremble slightly. He noticed the quiet, suppressed sound attempting to break free from her mouth. "Did you say something?" Naruto inquired, his expression carefully concealing any hint of a smirk. Mereoleona remained silent, savoring her sake as she sat there. Naruto skillfully explored her pleasure, using just the right amount of pressure to provide intense stimulation. While interacting with her, Naruto noticed a change in her physical response. He desired to engage with them, but it would be too conspicuous. Despite her attempts to conceal it, Naruto couldn't help but notice the slight blush on her face. He persistently targeted her vulnerability as he sensed a surge in heat emanating from her. "I sense something approaching," she whispered, ensuring that only Naruto could hear her. He was aware of her proximity and increased the speed of his finger movements. She tilted her head back, biting her bottom lip, experiencing intense pleasure. The clarity of her moans was increasing with each passing moment, yet their volume remained audible only to herself and Naruto. She believed that the satisfaction she was currently experiencing would return to her with even greater intensity. Right when that sensation was on the verge of arising, Naruto abruptly halted, leaving her perplexed. "Why did you stop?" she inquired with evident annoyance in her voice. "I'm not prepared to conclude this," Naruto said with a sigh. "You'll come to regret that," Mereoleona warned, her voice dripping with intensity. "Oh, how so?" Naruto inquired, only to have a fiery paw firmly grasp his head. She exited the hot spring alongside Naruto. They dressed themselves before Mereoleona forcefully brought Naruto back to her residence. Upon arrival, Mereoleona forcefully propelled Naruto into the wall. Clearly, he allowed this to occur. "Someone seems to be in a sour mood," Naruto observed as he straightened himself up from the wall. "Complete what you initiated. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences," the woman with fiery orange hair stated, her gaze icy and unwavering. "Please refrain from staring at me in such a manner, as it makes me feel rather bashful," Naruto said with a guileless expression, skillfully evading a punch from the lioness. Naruto forcefully pushed her against the wall, causing it to crack under the impact. He gazed into her captivating blue eyes before tenderly kissing her lips. The delightful flavor of the inside of her mouth, as their tongues engage in a passionate struggle for control. She had a gentle tongue and soft lips. As they were kissing, Naruto started exploring her body. Naturally, she experienced the same level of exhilaration as she would during a well-matched battle. Naruto ripped her already damaged clothes, leaving her fully exposed. His hands firmly held her voluptuous rear as he continued to passionately kiss her. Mereoleona gently nibbled his lower lip, ending the kiss with a trace of saliva lingering between them. He gently shifted his attention from her lips to her neck, lavishing it with kisses and delicate nibbles. As they embraced, she began to remove his clothing. It would be unjust if she were the sole individual without clothing. As they were undressed, Naruto gently shifted his attention from her neck to her shoulder. He gently kissed and playfully nibbled her shoulder, causing a slight reaction in her body. Checkmate. Naruto lifted her gently, carrying her to bed, and they continued to argue passionately. He gently placed her on the bed, slowly moving his lips away from hers. He then trailed kisses down her neck, continuing to explore her chest, her well-defined stomach, and her lower abdomen. His attention moved past her pubic hair, exploring further to discover her hidden desires. He savored the scent of her pheromones, captivated by her allure. He gently kissed her soft, moist lips, eliciting pleasurable sounds from her. Now that they were alone, she could freely express herself. The delightful flavor of her essence filling his senses was absolutely captivating. Naruto ceased the act of kissing her lips. He skillfully moved his tongue against her lips. She held onto the bedsheets tightly, experiencing his intimate touch. She was completely unaware of the immense satisfaction she was currently experiencing. She expressed increasing pleasure as he directed his attention to her sensitive area, gently stimulating it, intensifying her sensations. He noticed saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Soon after, she experienced a familiar sensation in her stomach, reminiscent of her time in the hot spring. Her legs tightly encircled Naruto's head, expressing her desire for him to continue without interruption. She expressed discomfort as her insides contracted and her body trembled. She stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes. Naruto continued to pleasure her without pause, pushing the boundaries of her endurance. He maintained a voracious appetite, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. He tallied the number of times she entered the room within an hour. However, she had not been able to prevent him from experiencing overwhelming pleasure. She was perspiring and her limbs were shaking, particularly her legs. She would always remember this night. After she reached climax for the 12th time, he pulled away from her moist lips. She appeared to be out of breath and gazing up at the ceiling. "Finished already?" Mereoleona inquired, observing Naruto completing the task of pleasuring her. "I hope you're not fatigued," Naruto remarked, eliciting a dismissive reaction from the woman with orange hair. "What if she simply went to sleep?" "You underestimate me," the lioness said confidently, crawling over to Naruto and smoothly switching positions. She then positioned herself above him, aligning their bodies intimately. Prior to Naruto speaking, he could immediately discern the expression on her face, one of nervousness. "Wait," Naruto said, with a sense of relief evident on her face, though she was doing an excellent job of concealing it. "Don't tell me you're backing out now," Mereoleona exclaimed, staring directly into his eyes. "It is important to show gratitude for what someone has given to you," Naruto said, his gaze shifting downwards. She positioned herself in front of his member, taking it into her mouth with a smile. Naruto provided clear instructions, but she was perplexed by his extensive knowledge. Within her mouth, there was a passage of comforting moisture. After a few seconds, Naruto's expression turned neutral. She's not up to par. Despite receiving guidance, her lack of skill remained evident. There are certain areas where even the most skilled women may struggle. If she continued with this behavior, it would take quite some time before he felt any sense of closeness. As she glanced up at Naruto, she noticed the expression on his face, causing her own expression to instantly falter. She believed she was acting in a responsible manner. As her frustration grew, she unintentionally bit the tip of his penis. He experienced a sudden, intense pain that caused him to emit a grunt. Although he had a high pain tolerance, it was his private area, specifically the tip, that was causing him discomfort. Shortly after, his arousal diminished. He endured the discomfort, huddled up in a fetal position. He experienced a brief moment of discomfort, but swiftly regained his composure thanks to his exceptional ability to heal. Throughout the entire incident, Mereoleona observed with a sense of bewilderment. As she tried to make sense of the situation, it was clear that what had occurred was unintentional. What was the reason for his exaggerated response? Naruto no longer felt motivated and just wanted to get some rest. However, he desired for this event to occur. Not the act of being bitten, but rather the presence of a disrobed Mereoleona before him. "Let's give it another shot," Naruto said, gazing into her bewildered blue eyes. Naruto provided guidance to Mereoleona, emphasizing the importance of avoiding certain actions to prevent any further harm. Although he couldn't hold her responsible, they had a limited understanding of sexual practices during medieval times. "You certainly have a way with words," Mereoleona commented after she heard Naruto speak. Naruto observed Mereoleona with a focused gaze, noticing the smirk on her face that indicated her intention to provoke him. Naruto gently caressed her cheek with a warm smile on his face. He gently kissed her as a soft blush graced her face. "Don't lose your edge," Mereoleona remarked, her gaze fixed ahead. Naruto gently placed his hand under her chin, tilting it upwards to meet his gaze. He gently opened her mouth and started massaging her tongue. Her tongue had a slightly coarse texture, yet it was also gentle and notably moist. Mereoleona gazed into his eyes as he carried out his actions, her mind consumed by one question. Was she under his control? She had been under someone's control ever since Aesir was alive. She never expected to find herself in such a surprising position. She glanced from his gaze to another part of his anatomy. She recognized the importance of following Naruto's instructions in order to bring him satisfaction. If she can entice him with pleasure, she will have complete control over him, establishing her dominance. She leaned forward as Naruto moved his hand out of the way, allowing Mereoleona to proceed with her actions. She skillfully took hold of the tip and leaned in deeper. She could detect his fragrance from being in such close proximity to his prized possessions. A scent that heightened her excitement, causing a rush of desire to course through her body. As she delved further, she experienced a tingling sensation at the back of her throat, giving her the urge to cough. She proceeded with caution, making sure to stifle her cough as she delved further, eventually reaching the bottom. After she did, she coughed slightly and her eyes appeared red. She gazed at the saliva-coated, flesh kebab and grinned. She had complete authority over the most delicate and vulnerable area of his body, giving her the freedom to act as she pleased. Now, all that remains is to thoroughly challenge him. Naruto observed the woman before him, making an effort to suppress his smirk. He had a clear understanding of her thoughts. He was the one providing guidance and direction. He managed to bring her to a submissive position. She was unfamiliar with the situation, and he anticipated her resistance, causing her to assert herself. It was evident from her expression that she intended to assert her control over him, making him plead for her assistance and ultimately having him completely under her influence. It was another intense confrontation where Mereoleona faced an uphill battle with slim odds of emerging victorious. She firmly grasped the moist, heated meat stick and skillfully rotated her hands as she moved them up and down, expertly attending to the tip. Mereoleona's actions were intense as she attempted to capture Naruto's soul, filling the room with wet slurping sounds. Naruto observed that she was quite skilled. She simply required some professional guidance. He observed as saliva dripped onto the floor and the woman with orange hair who energetically attempted to establish dominance. Upon realizing that he was not going to complete the task in a timely manner, he decided to step back, leaving Mereoleona feeling perplexed. He then lifted her and securely held her close. She could sense his touch, his closeness as he gently laid her on the bed. Naruto leaned in and kissed her passionately, their connection deepening as they embraced each other. He sensed her increasing arousal as he gently stimulated her sensitive area, causing a pleasurable sensation to course through her. He entered her with a sense of familiarity, feeling the tightness but with a comforting warmth. She remained composed and showed no indication of discomfort, demonstrating her exceptional pain tolerance. It was unreasonable for him to anticipate any other reaction. He started moving in and out of her while her body responded with intense pleasure. Mereoleona tightly embraced him, craving to experience their connection to the fullest. Her nails pressed firmly into his back as she ran her hands down to his lower back. The scars on his back healed during his journey. "Push yourself. I refuse to believe this is the best you can do," Mereoleona exclaimed in his ear. Naruto skillfully escaped her grasp and swiftly maneuvered her onto all fours. He lifted her gently and gently placed her face on the sheets while maintaining their intimate connection. Naruto playfully tapped her behind as he started to tease her. Mereoleona clenched the bedsheets, suppressing her moans. Naruto firmly grasped her hair and pulled it back towards his face, speaking softly into her ear. "Please provide a detailed description of its quality." His breath and words filled her with a sense of excitement, causing a smile to spread across her face. With a swift move, she effortlessly flipped Naruto onto his back and took control. Mereoleona firmly placed her hand on his thigh as she confidently took control. The thunderous claps were as loud as the lightning created during their fight. Naruto sat up and firmly held onto her waist, nuzzling his face against her chest as he matched her pace. Mereoleona's head tilted back as she felt another wave of pleasure building. Naruto experienced a surge of intense sensations as he reached climax. The intense sensation of his release brought her to the peak of pleasure, causing her to tighten around him, intensifying his climax. Mereoleona's head leaned against his shoulder as they took a moment to recover. She raised her head, gazing intently into Naruto's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in a heated confrontation, prepared for another intense battle. They persevered throughout the entire night, but Naruto finally managed to lull her into a peaceful slumber. Naruto gazed up at the ceiling while Mereoleona remained positioned above him. The end. And that's a wrap for now. Thank you so much for tuning into this incredible video. If you absolutely loved it, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel for even more amazing content coming your way.